Good evening, dear listener. I'm glad you've joined me tonight. Settle yourself comfortably, perhaps under a quilt or with a pillow adjusted just so. If you'd like, dim the lights. Let the sound of a fan or a soft night breeze keep you company, and allow yourself to drift slowly into the rhythm of this story. We'll be walking together through the life of a woman who once wore diamonds as if they were chains, who passed through palaces that felt more like prisons, and who finally discovered that freedom has very little to do with crowns and everything to do with quiet courage. It is a journey not of battles and noise, but of silences, of long corridors, and of small acts that carried more meaning than gold. If this kind of story brings you comfort, I'd be grateful if you gently pressed like or subscribe so we can share more evenings together. And, if you wish, you might even leave a note telling me where in the world you are listening from. It's always a joy to know how these voices travel across oceans and time zones. Now, as the room settles and the night grows still, let us step softly into part 1. A quiet wish lingers in the stillness of childhood halls. The house was vast, the kind of place where footsteps echoed too long after they were made. High ceilings, portraits that watched from gilt frames, and carpets deep enough to swallow sound. This was the setting of her childhood. Yet within all that grandeur, there lived a small, unspoken wish, one she barely dared to form in words. She longed for something simple, to wake in the morning and choose her own day. Each dawn began the same. Curtains drawn by unseen hands, the faint scent of starch and lavender pressed into her gowns, the rustle of maids moving quickly and quietly so as not to disturb the order of the household. Breakfast waited, perfectly arranged, but never in solitude, always under her mother's gaze, sharp and assessing. Even the choice of fruit was commented upon. She learned early to measure not only her words, but her very gestures. A steel brace curved along her back beneath the silk, meant to correct posture, to ensure she stood straight and tall, like the ladies in the family portraits. It was not painful all the time, but it was relentless, a constant reminder that even her body did not belong wholly to herself. She wore it with resignation, knowing that to complain would be to invite her mother's scorn. The house was filled with beauty, polished silver, shelves lined with leather-bound volumes, grand staircases sweeping in graceful arcs. But beauty, she discovered, does not always bring comfort. Sometimes it silences. The heavy draperies muffled more than sound. They muffled spontaneity. She longed for laughter that did not need to be hushed, for running steps that did not need to be softened against the carpet. There were moments when the mask slipped. In the nursery, with a governess too tired to scold, she would lean against the window glass, tracing her finger along the cold pane, watching the world outside. Horses clattered on the avenue below. Children, poor children, she was told, darted between wheels, laughing, shouting, free. She envied them, though she did not yet know the word for envy. She only knew that something in her tightened whenever she saw them vanish into the city streets, unguarded, unmeasured, alive. At night, when the household settled and the last lamp was dimmed, she would lie awake, staring at the plaster ceiling, the brace pressing steady against her ribs. She whispered into the dark, not prayers, not exactly, but hopes. Let me be more than decoration. The words dissolved in the shadows, carried off perhaps by the faint hum of the city beyond. Her mother often spoke of duty, of legacy, of what it meant to be a Vanderbilt. These were not words of comfort. They were commands disguised as wisdom. To the girl, they sounded like chains, polished until they shone. Yet, even as she nodded, Even as she obeyed, a spark of resistance remained. It lived in the quiet wish, repeated nightly, hidden beneath the covers. The paradox of her childhood was that she had everything money could buy and nothing her heart desired. Her toys were carved and gilded, but she longed to share them without rules. Her clothes were imported from Paris, but she would have traded them for the right to choose when to climb a tree. The maids bowed, the tutors instructed, the mother directed, and all the while, the girl stored up her secret wish, like a bird tucking away crumbs for a journey not yet begun. One evening, during a particularly long dinner, with guests discussing politics and railroads, she let her mind wander. The chandeliers glittered, the table shone, but all she heard was the rhythm of her own thought. One day I will decide. The notion startled her. It was too bold, too large for such a small, controlled life. Yet it nestled there, warm against the cool surface of obedience. Years later, she would remember those whispers. She would remember the way her young heart pressed against the bars of an invisible cage, testing them, even before she understood what a cage was. The longing was not for jewels, or gowns, or the admiration of crowds. It was for mornings of her own making, for nights where silence was chosen, not imposed. That longing, fragile and persistent, would guide her more than she knew. It would carry her through corridors of marble and ceremonies lined with velvet. It would remind her, again and again, that life is not lived well if it is lived only for others' approval. Even silk mornings can feel heavier than they seem. Morning light slipped carefully through high windows, falling in pale squares upon the polished floor. It was the kind of light that looked soft, almost tender. Yet in these rooms, it was filtered through layers of curtains and rules, losing its warmth before it reached her skin. The girl stirred at the sound of a maid's footsteps, trained to move quietly, yet never invisible. A hand tugged gently at the cord, and the curtains opened wider, unveiling another day shaped not by desire, but by schedule. Her bed, vast and canopied, could have held 3 children her age, but she lay in it alone, spine stiffened by the brace hidden under linen nightclothes. The brace was a constant companion, hard where she was soft, unyielding where she longed to bend. The maid helped her sit up, smoothed the covers with brisk hands, and spoke in the muted tone of someone who knows her words carry no weight in the greater household. Breakfast appeared as though by magic. A silver tray, a porcelain cup, a slice of toast cut just so. She ate because she was expected to, not because hunger stirred within her. Across from her, her mother's gaze lingered, sharp as the edge of a blade. Every gesture, every sip, every crumb was silently judged. Even the way she lifted her spoon became a matter of importance. She learned early that in this house, the smallest actions carried the weight of symbols. After breakfast, the day's lessons stretched before her like a road laid in stone. Tutors arrived with books bound in leather, their voices measured, their tempers carefully restrained. There was French, because one must speak with elegance. There was history, because one must recall the victories of men long dead. There was music, because a lady must know how to fill silence with charm. Each subject pressed against her shoulders, not with knowledge itself, but with expectation. She tried sometimes to let curiosity bloom. She loved the maps most of all, the colored lines of rivers, the shading of mountains, the oceans rolling in blue. She would trace them with her eyes, imagining herself moving along those coasts, not as a duchess, not as a Vanderbilt, but as a traveler with dust on her shoes and freedom in her pocket. The tutor's voice would call her back, and the map would fold away, her dream closing with it. The house moved with a rhythm older than she was, dictated by servants' bells and carriage wheels. At 11, she walked in the garden, though walk was more of a display than an escape. Her mother sometimes joined her, holding a parasol, speaking of matters the girl scarcely understood. Social alliances, reputations, the importance of appearance. Birds darted among the hedges, unbothered by such concerns, and she envied their unmeasured flight. Inside, mirrors were everywhere, tall, framed, polished until they revealed every crease and fold. She was reminded again and again that she was not just herself, but a reflection of her family's ambition. When she paused before a mirror, she did not see a girl of quiet longings. She saw a future duchess, a bargaining chip, a canvas onto which others painted their desires. And yet, beneath the silk, beneath the straightened spine, her own small thoughts whispered stubbornly. The afternoons were filled with visits, stiff teas with relatives, lessons in etiquette, rehearsals for a role she never auditioned for. The silver teapot gleamed, the china clinked softly, and conversations floated like perfume, sweet but suffocating. She spoke when prompted, smiled when expected, and all the while her secret longing grew more defined, the wish to choose, even just once, how her hours would be spent. Evenings returned her to the dining hall, its chandeliers heavy with light. The table stretched farther than her voice could carry. Men spoke of fortunes, of railroads and markets, while women nodded in approval. She practiced the art of listening without being heard, her silence a shield against notice. It was safer to remain invisible, though invisibility did nothing to ease the weight pressing against her chest. On certain nights, when guests stayed late and the air grew thick with cigar smoke, she slipped away to the window of her room. Outside, the city pulsed with life, the rattle of carriages, the shouts of vendors, the laughter of children lingering long after bedtime. She imagined herself among them, anonymous, unjudged, unburdened. Perhaps she would carry a basket of fruit. Perhaps she would laugh too loudly, and no one would scold. The thought alone was daring enough to make her heart quicken. It was in those moments, standing barefoot on the rug with her hand pressed to the cool glass, that she began to recognize the shape of her cage. It was not built of iron or stone. It was built of expectation, of heritage, of silence. And though no guard patrolled its perimeter, its bars were strong enough to shape her every breath. Once, when her mother entered unannounced, she quickly stepped back from the window, smoothing her gown, feigning interest in a book on her desk. The older woman said nothing, only noted the open curtains, the restless posture, and filed it away as evidence. The girl lowered her eyes, understanding again that her life was watched, measured, and directed at every turn. The silk gown she wore to bed that night was light as air, yet it might as well have been chainmail. It covered her, adorned her, made her into what others expected. She lay still, spine pressed against the brace, and thought of the morning to come. It would be the same. The quiet footfalls, the silver tray, the long line of lessons. And yet, as sleep pulled her slowly into its embrace, she repeated the whisper from the night before. One day, I will decide. It was only a thought, no louder than a breath, but it burned quietly within her. The mornings might be wrapped in silk, but silk could not smother longing. The days might be planned, but dreams had a way of slipping between the lines. She held on to that, clutching it like a secret charm. The girl did not know how or when freedom would come, but she knew with the certainty that only the young can feel, that the longing inside her was real, and it would not vanish simply because the world wished it so. Lessons march on like carriages under steady watch. Morning arranged itself into neat compartments, as if the day were a drawer with velvet dividers. Each hour had its precise place. Tutors announced their arrival with a discreet knock, never late, never hurried, carrying leather cases that smelled faintly of soap and rain. They set their books down carefully, as though sound itself were immoderate. A slate was wiped, a pen was tested, a page was turned, and the parade began. Latin first, because the old empire still ruled the sentences of the living. Lines of verbs stepped in order across the page. Amo, amas, amat, like soldiers on a quiet road. She repeated them softly, allowing the rhythm to steady her breath. The tutor's finger, pale and patient, hovered over each line. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. Silence did the work for him, the kind that settles on a room and asks no questions. French followed, not the French of markets or riverbanks, but of salons and polished laughter. Dictation came in slow streams. She wrote with care, accents like small birds perched on a wire of ink. When she placed an accent the wrong way, a cough, barely a sound, reminded her of the correct slope of the line. She corrected herself without protest. There was a kind of mercy in rules. If you obeyed them, at least you knew what the day expected. History arrived, wearing a dark coat. The names were large and well-fed, kings, ministers, victories laid out as if on a banquet table. She listened and tried to picture their faces, but the faces kept turning into architecture. Arches, pillars, a scaffold of words meant to hold up a story already decided. When the tutor asked for the date of a treaty, she offered it gently. He nodded, satisfied to see dates stacked neatly like plates. By noon, the metronome of the household had drawn her to music. Scales rose and fell, notes linked in careful chains. Her hands moved because they had learned to move, each finger a small, obedient worker lifting its share. Some days she closed her eyes and thought of water, the sound of it climbing and descending a bank, a brook with no audience. Then the instructor would clear his throat, and the brook would become a keyboard again. After music, there were manners, not taught with sermons, but with demonstrations. A book balanced on the head, steps measured in half inches, a curtsy that inclined just enough to show respect but not surrender. Tea was poured to an exact angle, as if gravity itself were an etiquette master. Napkins folded into quiet birds, smiles practiced, not wide enough to show hunger, not narrow enough to reveal fatigue. She learned to be present in a room the way flowers are arranged on a table. Beautiful, expected, silent. Handwork filled the space between lessons and luncheon, stitches regular as rail ties on an unseen track. Her needle went in and out of the cloth, and sometimes she imagined she was sewing together the torn places in a map. A seam to bridge two towns, a hem to protect a coastline, a buttonhole for a small harbor where one might hide. The governess admired the evenness of her thread, praising what could be counted. Even praise felt like a receipt, a proof that the day had been paid for. At the edge of the afternoon came literature, the hour she loved because someone else's voice, Milton's perhaps, or a gentle poet, softened the walls. She read the lines aloud, quietly enough not to disturb, clearly enough to be understood. Heroes marched, lovers parted, cities burned in the tidy privacy of paper. Once, reading about a girl who heard a call no one else could hear, she felt a tremor of recognition, then slid the feeling back into its drawer before anyone noticed. When her mother visited the schoolroom, the air cooled. It was not scolding that chilled the room, but the strong weather of certainty. A finger aligned a fork on the sideboard. A glance straightened a picture on the wall. A sentence adjusted the girl more efficiently than any strap of leather. The older woman rarely asked questions that needed answers. "This is how things are done," she would say, and the phrase settled like a coverlet across the day, smoothing every restless corner. On a noon when the lesson was posture, a slim ruler tapped gently on knuckles, not to hurt, just to announce that hands, too, had a protocol. It surprised the girl that a sound so small could arrange her shoulders more than any brace. Between tutors, the house itself taught. Corridors spoke of behavior. Doors pointed to destinations and away from digressions. Mirrors preferred a composed face. Even the lamps seemed to value economy, guiding one's steps in tidy pools of light rather than encouraging any wild crossing of rooms. She came to understand that order was the household's first language. Everything else was a dialect, but a mind, even a careful one, keeps its own pocket of air. In that private weather, she carried little thoughts like contraband, hardly rebellions, more like seeds. The orphans in certain novels seemed freer than the heiresses in satin. They could want things without shame. A phrase from a history book about a handful of citizens changing the direction of a city lingered like a tune she could not place. On one daring afternoon, she tucked a poem behind a more acceptable text, a soft concealment that could be explained as accident if discovered. It was not discovered. The small victory warmed her palms. After luncheon, visitors appeared like commas in the sentence of the day. A cousin with a feathered hat that brushed the air as she turned. An aunt who carried stories about seasons in far-off rooms. A gentleman who admired the child's accent in French, but asked nothing about her thoughts. Compliments arrived, smelling faintly of perfume, and left before the room was changed by them. Then came deportment, a quieter theater. She learned where to set her eyes when speaking to someone taller, someone older, someone titled. How not to fidget. How to make an exit that left behind a line of grace rather than the shadow of hurry. There was a choreography to small talk. Questions that traveled safely from weather to travel to nothing at all. Looping back like a polite river around a sandbar it must never expose. Late afternoon found her at the writing desk, copying letters that would be sent on her behalf. Thank yous for arrangements she had not made, replies to invitations that had chosen her before she was asked. Her pen behaved itself, and she admired the way it obeyed the slightest guidance, ink flowing where will began. Sometimes she wished that will itself moved as readily through her life, leaving its clear path. If there was a jolt in these days, it came in quiet forms. Her mother's voice noting that certain books were inappropriate for a young lady. The word inappropriate, not despised, only filed. The sudden disappearance of a friendly maid, replaced by one who spoke less. A lesson rearranged to accommodate a new guest. None of it thrilling, all of it decisive. The map of the day redrawn without consultation, and the child asked to walk the new road as if it had always existed. Twilight gentled the edges of instruction. Music returned, not with scales this time, but with a melody selected for company. She played as she had been taught, measured, modest, each note presented like a small, polished stone. Applause came in the form of satisfied looks, tiny nods that registered correctness without joy. She wondered whether music itself preferred rooms where someone might risk missing a note and then laugh, unpunished, before trying again. When she was dismissed, the schoolroom cooled behind her. The hallway felt longer at dusk, portraits deepening into thoughtful shadows. She moved as she had learned, unhurried, poised, leaving no ripple in the air. Yet a fragment of someone else's line, some poet's small rebellion, traveled with her in the hush between steps. It made a quiet place where her breath could settle. In her bedroom, a book sat on the night table like a door left ajar. She reached for it and read a page, then another, before the maid's footfall came. The maid smiled. There was kindness in it, and the book slid away with a soft thump. Lights were lowered. Water cooled in a porcelain basin. The brace waited on its chair with the patience of metal. She dressed for sleep, as one prepares for a journey one has not chosen, binding herself to comfort that never quite arrived. Between the closing of the last lamp and the final turning of the key, she allowed herself one private ceremony. She pressed her palm flat against the cover of the hidden poem and thought of a shore she had never seen. No fireworks in the thought, no declaration, only a promise so faint it might have been a breeze. There would be a day, not today, not soon, when the timetable listened to her. The lessons of the day had been thorough. They had given her a way to sit and stand, to pour and bow, to say good evening and mean nothing harmful by it. They had also shown her where the seams of the life were, where perhaps a careful finger might one day lift and find an opening. She did not resent the tutors. They were courteous, and courtesy is a balm in a world of edges. What she resisted, quietly, was the shape of a script that left no margins for a note in her own hand. Night gathered itself. Somewhere in the house, a clock chose the hour and told it. Somewhere outside, a carriage passed and did not return. Sleep, that old teacher, approached without spectacles or ruler, and she accepted its lesson gratefully, the lesson of letting go for a while. If anyone had asked what she learned today, she could have recited an orderly list. Declensions, scales, the proper temperature for tea. But the truer lesson would not have sounded proper at all. It would have sounded like this: the soul must have a recess, a quiet corner beyond inspection, where a child may keep a single ungraded thought. Echoes of polished floors reveal a lonely rhythm. The house was designed to impress before it was designed to comfort. Every corridor gleamed, every panel of oak caught the sheen of polish. Every chandelier sparkled as though competing with the stars outside. Servants moved in patterns as predictable as clockwork, polishing, arranging, preparing. Even the air seemed brushed and ordered, carrying with it the faint mingling of beeswax and lavender. And yet, amid all that careful order, the child walked softly, hearing her own footsteps bounce back at her from the walls, magnified by emptiness. The loneliness did not strike like thunder. It was subtler, like mist creeping under a doorframe. She could be surrounded by a dozen voices, maids, tutors, visiting relatives, and still feel the hollow space around her. The floors beneath her shoes echoed, not because the house was empty, but because it was filled with silence that no sound could soften. At meal times, the table stretched like a runway. Plates glimmered, silverware caught the light, and the distance between her seat and her mother's felt like a small continent. Words crossed it, carefully chosen, hovering just long enough to land before being folded away again. She spoke in the tones she had been taught, polite, brief, deferential. The voices of guests filled the air with trains, stock markets, or European fashions. They laughed gently, always aware of who might overhear. But laughter never carried warmth across the table, only formality disguised as pleasure. The servants, though constant in presence, were trained to vanish into their tasks. A maid would appear with a pitcher, pour, and disappear again, before her presence truly registered. The butler announced courses in a voice as even as the ticking of the great clock in the hallway. These were people with hearts and stories, yet in the house they became function, not company. To look at them too long, to try and hold their gaze, was discouraged. Relationships, even those as simple as friendship, were carefully clipped like roses cut before bloom. There were moments, though, when the facade slipped. A kitchen maid once slipped her a sugared plum after a lesson in deportment. A quiet kindness wrapped in secrecy. The girl held it like a jewel, not for the sweetness itself, but for the acknowledgement that she was more than porcelain at a table. That single plum meant more than the entire spread of delicacies she was offered nightly. It was proof that beneath the polished machinery of the house, there still beat ordinary human kindness. Yet these gestures were rare, and the echo of her loneliness deepened with each passing year. She learned to find refuge in small details, the feel of dust motes caught in the slant of sunlight, the crack in a marble tile where polish could not quite reach, the way the curtains fluttered when someone opened a window too suddenly. These imperfections were real. They reminded her that no matter how carefully controlled her environment, the world outside still pushed its way in. The grand drawing rooms were often filled with visitors, yet even there, her place was set like an ornament on a shelf. She was expected to sit gracefully, to speak when spoken to, and to hold her teacup without spilling a drop. She listened to conversations without truly being included. When laughter erupted, she smiled, though she rarely understood the joke. She became an echo herself, mirroring expressions, repeating words, offering nothing of her own for fear it might sound out of place. The loneliness was not simply the absence of company, it was the absence of recognition. People saw her clothes, her posture, her family name. They admired her straight spine, her ability to curtsy at precisely the correct angle. But no one seemed to see the girl beneath the silk, the mind that traced rivers on maps, the imagination that stitched secret stories into the edges of her needlework. At night, when the house finally settled into its ordered slumber, she wandered the corridors in memory. She did not dare move about physically. Her mother's watchful presence lingered in every hallway. But in her thoughts, she roamed. She imagined running her hands along the banisters, sliding down polished rails, skipping across rugs without care for posture. In those mental wanderings, she was not lonely. She was alive, mischievous, free. The loneliness also lived in her reflection. Mirrors lined the hallways, gilt frames catching her image at every turn. She often avoided them, for they reminded her of what others expected to see. A composed young lady, the promise of a future duchess. Yet when she did glance, she sometimes caught the flicker of something unguarded in her eyes, a question no tutor had asked her to answer. Who am I, apart from all of this? That unspoken question deepened her solitude, for she could not voice it aloud. There were occasions when music softened the weight of isolation. Sitting at the piano, she could press keys in combinations no one dictated. Though lessons required scales, once the instructor left, she dared to let her fingers wander. The notes spilled out like small birds escaping their cage, tentative, halting, but real. The sound filled the room with something of her own making. For a few moments, the echo in the polished floors was hers, not borrowed from others. Books offered another escape. Though her reading was monitored, she found ways to let her mind drift between the lines. Heroes on long journeys, heroines who found strength in unexpected places, These companions lived in her imagination, even when her surroundings offered no companionship. She whispered lines into the dark, savoring their rhythm, carrying them as one might carry a letter from a secret friend. Still, when the lamps dimmed and she lay in bed, the silence returned. The house, proud and gleaming, did not comfort her. Its grandeur was like a stage that demanded performance, not belonging. She closed her eyes and heard the creak of the house settling, the faint clatter of carriages in the street beyond, and she wondered if those outside her windows knew a different kind of loneliness, or none at all. Loneliness, she realized, was not emptiness. It was presence without connection, company without closeness. It was a table full of guests and a heart that remained untouched. It was a floor that shone with polish but echoed with her unreturned footsteps. And so she carried her solitude quietly, tucked beneath the silks and postures, hidden from her mother's inspection, hidden even from herself at times. Yet the echo persisted, reminding her with each polished step that she was, despite everything, alone. Some prisons are made of pauses, not locks. The house taught its lessons not only through tutors and rituals, but through subtler walls, barriers that looked like open doors, yet closed with invisible hinges. They were not built of stone or iron. They were shaped of expectations, pauses, polite silences. To live within them was to walk down a corridor where every step seemed free, yet every turn was already decided. The girl discovered these barriers early. A letter she wrote to a cousin never reached him. She had copied it carefully, filled it with the small things that mattered to her, a description of the garden after a rainstorm, the way the roses drooped heavy with drops, the delight of a sparrow daring enough to drink from the fountain. Weeks passed, and no reply came. Later she overheard that the letter had been deemed unnecessary for him to read. Unnecessary, what a word, as if her thoughts themselves were clutter. Another time, she asked if she might invite a friend from school for an afternoon of play. The answer was swift, polite, and final. That would not be suitable. No explanation, no room for negotiation. Suitable became a word as heavy as marble, blocking doorways she had never known existed. She began to hear it everywhere. Certain games not suitable, certain books not suitable, certain dreams quietly swept aside because they were not part of the design. Even her body carried these barriers. The brace on her spine was meant for health, for posture, but it whispered another lesson. You may stand only as others command you. Its rigid embrace reminded her daily that freedom of movement, even of breath, was not hers to claim. The silk gowns she wore were beautiful, but their stiffness stitched her into roles she had not chosen. Each button fastened behind her back was another barrier, closing without her hand upon it. Social life, too, was carefully managed. Invitations arrived embossed and perfumed, and she was told which she would attend. She learned to enter rooms like a well-placed ornament, admired, glanced at, rarely addressed directly. The conversations swirled over her head, men discussing railroads, women murmuring about alliances, all nodding at one another with practiced ease. She tried once to offer her own observation about a painting on the wall, but the room shifted uncomfortably, as though she had spoken in an unfamiliar tongue. Silence reclaimed her, firm and final. Her mother's authority was the firmest barrier of all. It was rarely raised in voice, but rather pressed into the air like invisible glass. When her mother entered a room, the girl straightened before she was asked. She smiled before she felt joy. She agreed before her own opinion had even formed. Resistance was not punished with blows or shouting. It was met with silence, with cool disapproval, a withdrawal that hurt more than any reprimand. The lesson was clear. Affection was conditional, earned only by obedience. The city outside offered glimpses of a world without these walls. From the carriage window, she saw boys running wild through puddles, their laughter unmeasured, their shoes soaked through. She saw young girls with ribbons in their hair, holding hands as they skipped down sidewalks, unchaperoned. They looked untidy, perhaps, but free. The carriage moved on, the window closing like a shutter between worlds. Even within her own household, she sensed the difference. The servants, though bound to duties, spoke to one another with ease. She caught fragments of their laughter in the kitchen, simple and unguarded. Their world was small, but it had openings hers did not. Sometimes she longed to join them, to peel potatoes or polish silver, to be included in the rhythm of ordinary conversation. But that too was unsuitable. She was expected to remain upstairs, polished but apart. Books became her private rebellion. Though many volumes were selected for her by governess or tutor, she sometimes found her way to others, novels tucked into corners, journals left behind by distant relatives. Within those pages, she discovered voices that questioned, that dreamed, that dared. She read of explorers who crossed mountains, of women who defied convention, of lives lived beyond parlors and ballrooms. Each story was a crack in the wall, a glimpse of another landscape. Yet books, too, were monitored. One evening, her mother discovered her absorbed in a novel considered too sentimental. The volume was removed, replaced by something more elevating. The girl bowed her head and complied, but the loss stayed with her. It was not only the story she mourned, but the theft of a possibility, the chance to see herself reflected in another's courage. The barriers extended even into emotion. When sorrow came, she learned to swallow it quietly. Tears were unwelcome, deemed childish or weak. Joy, too, was trimmed. Too much laughter was seen as unseemly, a loss of control. She existed in a narrow band of expression, permitted to smile gently, to nod approvingly, to speak politely. Anything beyond that was considered excess. She carried her true feelings folded like letters never sent, hidden deep where no one could confiscate them. It was not cruelty, exactly, that confined her. The house was proud of its refinement, its careful molding of character. It believed it was shaping her for greatness. But in shaping, it also shaved away freedom, whittling her down until she felt more like a statue than a girl. She began to sense that to be seen was not the same as to be known, and that approval could become a cage as binding as iron. Still, even cages without locks have cracks. Sometimes, when the afternoon sun broke through the curtains in a way no servant intended, she felt a flicker of hope. Light touched her skin unasked, unmeasured. In those moments, she remembered that the world outside continued, indifferent to the house's rules. Seasons turned. Trees grew without permission. Somewhere, a river ran free, carrying leaves and laughter without asking if it was suitable. These glimpses sustained her. She held them quietly, never voicing them, never betraying them with more than a glance. To others, she appeared composed, polished, obedient. But inside, she nurtured a secret truth, that barriers made of pauses could one day be crossed with a single step, if only she found the courage to take it. In a shaded garden, a question opens like a door. The house, for all its grandeur, could not keep the garden entirely in check. Though hedges were trimmed to perfect lines and gravel paths swept to a shine, nature still insisted on her own small rebellions. Roses leaned too far across the walkway. Vines reached higher than the gardener had trimmed the week before. Birds darted in and out without asking permission. It was here, in this quiet stretch of imperfect order, that she first felt something unusual, the warmth of being seen. It began on a late spring morning when lessons had ended earlier than expected. She carried a book under her arm, not the assigned text, but a small volume of poems she had borrowed under the guise of history. She slipped into the garden as though entering a church. The air was softer there, scented with lilacs and the faint tang of damp earth. Sunlight sifted through branches, landing in patches on the gravel, like coins scattered for whoever noticed. She chose a bench half hidden by rose bushes, opened the book, and let herself breathe. For once, she was not under her mother's gaze, nor the watchful eyes of a tutor. The garden, though tended, gave her the illusion of privacy. She read aloud, quietly, savoring the rhythm of the lines. The words moved differently when spoken into open air. They seemed to belong more to her. A voice interrupted, gentle, curious. "Do you like poetry?" She startled, closing the book quickly as though caught in some offense. On the path stood a visitor, not one of the polished gentlemen her mother paraded through drawing rooms, but a young man, a friend of her cousin's. His clothes were respectable, though not extravagant, his smile unstudied. He did not look at her as though weighing her posture or attire. He looked at her as though waiting for an honest answer. She hesitated. Polite responses came automatically, practiced phrases designed to please. But something in his manner, perhaps the way he leaned slightly forward, genuinely interested, gave her permission to speak differently. "Yes," she said at last, "though I'm not sure I always understand it." "That's why I like it," he replied, lowering himself onto the bench's far end. "Because it leaves room for us to wonder." The conversation was simple, unremarkable by society's standards. They spoke of books, of music, of the weather's moods. Yet to her, it was revolutionary. No one had asked her what she liked before, not without an expectation attached. He listened without correction, without steering her words towards something more suitable. It felt as though the walls she had always known had shifted, leaving an opening she had never seen. They met again, not by arrangement, but by chance, or perhaps by her quiet design, slipping into the garden at hours when guests might stroll. Each time, their talk unfolded like leaves in spring. Sometimes they spoke of distant countries, places she traced on her beloved maps. Sometimes of childhood mischiefs he confessed with a grin, stories of climbing trees and skinning knees, the very things she had been denied. She laughed more freely in those moments than she had ever dared within the house. The garden became their mirror, reflecting back a version of herself she barely recognized. A girl with opinions, with laughter that did not need to be measured, with curiosity that did not need to hide. She felt both exhilarated and afraid. What if someone saw? What if her mother discovered? Yet she returned again and again, drawn not only by his presence, but by the chance to glimpse her own reflection, unshaped by others. One afternoon, as they lingered by a fountain, he asked her a question that startled her by its simplicity. "What do you want?" She blinked, unsure how to respond. No one had asked her that before, not her tutors, not her mother, not even herself in any serious way. Wants were irrelevant in her world. Duties were all that mattered. Yet here was someone expecting an answer. She stammered, then said quietly, To decide things for myself." He smiled as though she had revealed a secret worth guarding. "That sounds like a good beginning." The words stayed with her long after he departed. She turned them over like a stone in her pocket. A beginning. Perhaps that was all she needed. Not an escape, not a grand rebellion, but a single first step. The encounters were innocent, yet they left her changed. She returned to her lessons with the same obedience, yet now she carried an ember of defiance, not outwardly visible, but glowing inside. She discovered that once you have been asked what you want, it is impossible to forget the question. It lingers in every silence, waiting for an answer. But secrets, even gentle ones, carry weight. Each time she walked back into the house, she felt the walls press closer, as though sensing her hidden thoughts. Her mother's gaze seemed sharper, her tutor's corrections more final. The garden became both sanctuary and risk, the only place she felt alive, and the one place she feared being discovered. One evening, during a formal dinner, her mind wandered to the garden bench. She imagined herself sitting there with the book, the air filled with lilac scent. A guest noticed her absent look and asked her opinion on some trivial matter. She answered automatically, but inside she smiled, for she knew her true thoughts were elsewhere, safe and her own. The garden had given her more than companionship. It had given her a mirror, not of the girl her family demanded, but of the girl she truly was. And in that reflection, she saw the possibility of freedom. A secret yes feels lighter than any crown. On certain afternoons, the garden seemed to hold its breath, as if even the hedges understood that something tender was trying to take shape. She arrived with a book tucked as usual beneath her arm, the same small volume whose spine had begun to soften from being held closely and often. He was already there, waiting, not with the impatience of those trained to command, but with the steady ease of one who has learned to listen to weather and people alike. He rose. There was no bow, no flourish, no practiced compliment, just the warmth of recognition, the kind that says, "I am glad you are here," and means only that. They sat at either end of the bench at first, turning pages the way strangers do in a library, until the silence between them gathered into something friendly. He asked which line had caught her today. She showed him, and he nodded, as if the poem had been written for both of them to find together. Days like that link themselves quietly, a chain without clatter. Sometimes they spoke of books, sometimes of streets they had walked, alone before they met, sometimes of small childhood injuries that left tiny pale scars that only memory still noticed. He admitted to falling out of a tree as a boy and laughed at the foolishness of it. She confessed she had never fallen from anything because she had never been allowed to climb. He did not pity her, only paused, as if measuring the difference not for judgment, but for care. He brought a slim volume one morning, wrapped in brown paper. "A book wants to be read," he said, half teasing, "but it also wants to be returned." The trust in the sentence fell over her like a light shawl. The paper crackled softly as she opened it. Inside, on the flyleaf, his name, and then, beneath, not a flourish or dedication, but a simple date, the way you write time down when you mean to keep it. They walked sometimes along the gravel paths, keeping the decorum the garden required. At the fountain, he flicked one coin into the water, "For courage," he said. She smiled and did not tell him courage did not always come the way coins sank, clean and quick. Hers arrived like fog, gathering slowly, becoming visible only when you stepped into it and felt your skin change temperature. The first time his hand brushed hers was not on purpose. A book passed between them, and his knuckles skimmed her fingers. They both looked down, as if the leather cover had suddenly become fascinating. Nothing more happened, but in her chest, something unfastened. a small clasp that had kept hope folded. It did not spring wide. It simply loosened so that hope could breathe. He began to ask the kind of small questions that add up to a life. Which hour of evening she liked, whether she preferred tea strong or weak, if the scent of lilac made her feel a little sad or a little brave. She found herself answering honestly. This surprised her more than anything. The honesty did not bring trouble. It brought a kind of rest she had not known existed. Her mother's world measured everything in titles, carriages, acres. Here, the measures were different. The length of a walk that felt effortless. The number of lines you could share aloud before the voice softened. The distance between two people that shrank without anyone stepping closer. One afternoon, when the air wavered with late summer heat and even the gravel seemed to glow, he spoke without preface. "I have thought about this longer than is sensible," he said, and the steadiness in his voice steadied her too. "If I asked you to marry me, without theaters, without trades, simply because I wish to be the man beside you when the days are ordinary, would you say yes?" There are words that arrive with thunder and fanfare, and there are words that arrive like fresh water set down quietly on a table. His question was the latter. It did not startle the birds. It did not bend the roses. It simply moved the air. She did not look at the house. She did not imagine the drawing rooms, the proud portraits, the heavy silver. For once, the map of her life contained only the bench, the fountain, the stone rim warmed by sunlight, and the man who had chosen to ask her what she wanted before he told her who she should be. Somewhere in her, the old whispered promise, "One day I will decide," rose up and stood. She answered in the smallest voice she owned, because the largest things sometimes require it. "Yes." The moment did not become a monument. No bells rang, no doves performed their ancient advertisement for happiness. She felt only a soft, astounding lightness, as if the brace beneath her dress had loosened a turn. The yes was secret, but it was not furtive. It was simply private, like breath. They made small, sensible plans. He would speak with her father. Letters would be exchanged. They would be patient, but not careless. There would be no grand gesture through the front door that might break upon her mother like a wave against rock. Instead, they would choose the careful path that water chooses. It finds its way around stone. They agreed to wait through a handful of weeks that already felt like the longest weeks a clock had ever attempted to count. To mark the promise, he took a ribbon from his pocket, plain, not from any shop her mother favored, and tied it gently around her wrist. "Only until there is a ring," he said softly. The ribbon weighed almost nothing, yet she could feel it even when she slept. A quiet band that did not own her, only reminded her that someone had asked, and she had answered. The garden learned their rhythm and kept their secret. A gardener once passed near, whistling under his breath, and either did not see or chose not to. A maid delivered a message to the far door and paused for a drink from the fountain before returning inside, her eyes on the water. The stone bench grew warm in the afternoons, then cooled at dusk, as if taking turns holding memory and letting it rest. They spoke once, soberly, about her mother. It was he who raised the subject, not to spoil the light, but to honor the truth. "She will not approve of anything unapproved by her," he said, with a wry kindness that made her like him more. "We will be asked to present this properly, or not at all. I can make my case, but I cannot make her listen." She looked down at the ribbon and then up at his face. "I do not need her blessing to know what is true," she said, surprising herself with the clarity of it. "But I would like to ask for it anyway." because peace is a kind of daily bread. He nodded. Then we will ask, and if the door is shut, we will look for another door that is quieter. They began to exchange short notes tucked into safe places: a book's inside cover, the pocket of a cloak, the hollow behind a rose bush where a child once hid marbles. The notes said very little that would matter to anyone else. A line from a poem, a single word, courage, or the time for the next walk. Even in ink, they practiced a faith in smallness. Large declarations felt like banners. Banners attract wind. They preferred corners, margins, handwriting that belonged to evening. On a cool afternoon when the first leaves had begun to copper and curl, he did what he had promised. He called on her father in a study that smelled of leather and industry. She did not attend. Her place in this part of her own life was elsewhere, waiting for a sentence to reach her. He told her later that it was courteous, difficult, and short. There was no laughter in the account, but there was no humiliation either. Her father had heard him out with the weary dignity of a man who has earned his fortune in one world and now watches his household be spent in another. He had said he would consider, and then he had asked about trains. The hope that followed was a mild, bearable hope, like keeping a candle lit on a windowsill. She did her lessons. She complied with posture and tea. The notes continued. The ribbon remained. She felt both braver and more exposed, which is the ordinary cost of deciding. At night, she lay awake and did not whisper a prayer so much as a practice. Yes, 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 each repetition a stitch to keep the promise from coming apart in the dark. Her mother noticed, of course she did, the way a person notices the weather when it changes by a single degree. A slightly altered brightness in the girl's eye, an absent-minded smile that belonged to some thought not licensed by the room, the new way her hand rested over her wrist when she believed herself unobserved. Questions were not asked. The house did not ask. It investigated. Footsteps in the corridor came and went with unusual frequency. Schedules shifted by a hair's breadth, like mirrors being realigned to catch a stronger beam. And yet, for a time, their small country held. They arranged to meet at hours that made sense to no one but gardeners and birds. They learned the particular sound of each other's approach. He could identify the soft pace of her shoes on gravel. She could tell his hand by the way it lifted a latch without clatter. In a world obsessed with display, they moved like people who had chosen to keep joy unframed. He began to speak more openly about a life that might be built rather than displayed. A modest house with windows that opened easily, books arranged by affection rather than cost, a table that did not require an announcement, work that mattered in a way you could name without ceremony. She listened with a stillness that meant the pictures were drawing themselves inside her. She could almost smell the wood of the imagined door. She could hear a kettle that sang for two. They did not kiss. Not because it would have been wrong, though the house would have said so, but because they were trying to keep from waking the world. A kiss would have been a bell. They chose, for now, to be silence that glowed. On the day that would be their last easy day, though they did not know it, he handed her a letter to keep, folded small. "This is not for approval," he said gently. "It is for remembering. If gatekeepers stand between us, this will hold a space for me beside you." She did not open it then. She slid it beneath the ribbon at her wrist and felt both protected and very young. Later, alone in her room, she read it by the smallest pool of lamplight she could make. It was not long. It did not argue, did not beg. It said, I know you as you have let me know you, and that is enough for a lifetime. It said, when you are asked to perform, remember you are also allowed to rest. It said only once, and without decoration, I love you. The sentence entered her the way water enters dry ground, quietly, making no noise until the soil begins to darken. She did not weep. She did not press the letter to her face as girls in certain novels did. She simply folded it again with clean hands and slid it into the lining of a book where nothing scandalous ever lives, a geography. The map on the next page showed rivers threading east. She traced one with the tender edge of a fingernail and thought, we will find a way. For a week after that, everything behaved. Sun found the garden at the appointed hours. The house kept to its polished rituals. Her mother's attention, always keen, seemed occupied with some other campaign. The girl grew almost reckless enough to believe in a straight road. Then correspondences began to fail. A note that should have reached her did not arrive. A book returned to him showed no sign of the slip of paper he had hidden inside its spine. A gardener, whom neither of them had noticed before, lingered near the fountain with too much interest in the stonework. Doors that had never been locked were found to be latched. Windows that opened easily now resisted. The house had turned its head. They managed one more bench, one more exchange of nothing and everything. He did not pretend. It seems I am being kept from you, he said, not angry, only precise. I will try the front gate formally, and if that fails, I will wait where it hurts. But I will not push you into open conflict with your mother. The victory would not feel like home. She nodded, because she too understood that some triumphs taste of ash. The ribbon trembled at her wrist. We will be wise, she whispered, and if we must be brave, we will be brave late, not early. They parted that day without despair. They gave each other the courtesy of ordinary faces and left the garden with the dignity of people who believe in an after. When she reached her room, the brace regarded her with its old patience, the bed with its old peace. She set the book with the hidden letter beside the lamp and rested her hand upon it, as if checking the temperature of a sleeping child. Night came as it always did, a soft cloak settling on furniture and thought. She lay still and listened to the house breathe. Somewhere deep in its lungs, she could feel the stirrings of a plan that was not hers. She answered it, with the only plan she owned, a yes, kept warm. The yes did not guarantee rescue or ease. It did not defeat a mother's ambition or melt a palace into a cottage. It did something humbler and more necessary. It gave her a center that her world could not occupy. Whatever came, the letters stopped, the corridors narrowed, the doors denied. The center would remain. A place inside where a question had been asked, and she had answered with her own voice. In the meantime, she moved through the days as the house required, pouring tea, lifting her chin, offering the measured smile. No one could see that everything had shifted the width of a breath. No one knew that the ribbon beneath her sleeve held a quiet weather of its own. What the house would bring next belonged to the next hour. For now, on the brink between sunlight and the late click of locks, she returned to the sentence she now owned. Not the lessons, not the etiquette, not the schedule. A smaller sentence, strong as twine. I said yes, because I was asked who I was, and I answered. Illness can bend love into a chain of duty. Her mother's power never needed to be spoken loudly. It filled the air like perfume, subtle, persistent, clinging to fabric long after the wearer had left the room. Yet there came a season when that power shifted form, when it dressed itself in weakness, and weakness in that household became its own iron chain. It began quietly, with fainting spells. A sudden swoon in the drawing room, a collapse in the hallway, just as a visitor was announced. The staff hurried, salts were fetched, the doctor summoned. She, the daughter, stood nearby, wide-eyed, unsure if the danger was real or rehearsed. Her heart hammered with fear, but her mind, still young though sharpening, noticed details. How the spells arrived only when certain conversations turned. How quickly her mother's color returned when sympathy was secured. The first time it happened, she felt only terror. Her mother lying still on a chaise, pale as porcelain, eyes fluttering shut. She rushed forward, clutching her hand, whispering pleas for her to wake. "Please, Mama, please." When the eyes opened at last, a weak smile appeared. "You see, darling, how fragile I am. You must think of me always, protect me always." And the girl, overwhelmed with relief, nodded fervently. Soon, these faintnesses became part of the household's rhythm, as predictable as the chiming of clocks. A plan suggested for an afternoon away would bring a sudden cough, a hand pressed to the brow, a sigh. "I cannot bear for you to leave me, not when I am unwell." A letter proposing independence disappeared under the shadow of invalidism. She was reminded that to assert herself was to risk her mother's health, perhaps even her life. The girl's sense of duty grew heavier than any brace. What child, even one awakening to her own desires, can turn from a mother who claims to be fading? She tucked her wants away, like toys placed back on the shelf. She sat at her mother's bedside, reading aloud while the older woman reclined, a handkerchief pressed delicately to her lips. Each sigh, each cough, was a thread tightening the bond of obligation. Visitors spoke in hushed tones. "Poor Mrs. Vanderbilt, her health is not what it was." They admired the daughter's devotion. So attentive, so loyal, such a comfort to her dear mother. Praise became another shackle, for how could she disappoint those admiring eyes? To seek freedom in the face of illness seemed unthinkable. Yet the girl began to notice the pattern more keenly as she grew older. The illnesses flared when decisions approached, a marriage proposal discussed, a trip considered, a choice hovering on the edge of her life. At these moments, her mother grew suddenly fragile, as if her very heartbeat depended on her daughter's obedience. And each time, the girl bent, whispering to herself that love required it. She remembered one autumn evening most clearly. The air outside smelled of smoke and leaves. She had dreamed, quietly, of attending a lecture in the city, a chance to hear words that might stretch beyond the walls of the house. But as the carriage was ordered, her mother's hand clutched at her arm, thin fingers trembling. "You would not leave me tonight, when I feel so faint?" The daughter's throat closed. She stayed, the lecture fading into mist, the dream folded into silence. Later, as her mother's color returned and conversation turned to another subject, she realized with a pang that the faintness had passed as suddenly as it had arrived. Love and guilt tangled themselves together. She did love her mother. She could not deny that. She loved her smile in rare, soft moments, her perfume lingering in rooms, even her pride when directed toward her. But she also felt the sting of manipulation, the way her devotion was harnessed like a horse pulling a carriage not of her choosing. It was a cruel paradox. The person she longed most to please was also the one who barred her path. Nights grew restless. She lay awake listening to her mother's breathing through the thin wall, wondering if tonight would be the night it stopped. Then, when dawn came and her mother rose with vigor, she wondered if she had been played for a fool. Both thoughts wounded her, Both left her weary. Once she confided in a governess, hinting at her confusion. The governess, older and careful, replied softly, "Your mother loves you in her way, but sometimes love takes a shape that holds too tightly." It was the nearest anyone in the household had come to naming what the girl felt. She clung to that sentence, repeated it silently whenever guilt pressed hardest. As the fainting spells continued, the girl's secret life, the ribbon hidden under her sleeve, the promise in the garden, felt ever more endangered. How could she think of her own happiness when her mother claimed to hover at the edge of death? How could she plan a life elsewhere when the very mention of absence brought on a coughing fit? Each dream of freedom was met by a performance of fragility that left her trapped once more. Yet something had shifted within her. She no longer believed entirely in the illnesses. She had seen too much, noted too many recoveries too quick to be natural. She began to understand that while her mother's body might tremble, her will remained steel. The weakness was another mask, another costume in the theater of control. Real sickness may come one day, she thought, but even if it does, I must know the difference between duty born of love and duty born of chains. It was a dangerous realization, one she kept locked inside. Outwardly, she continued her role, the attentive daughter, the devoted nurse, the pride of the household. Inwardly, she began to draw a line, faint but firm, between compassion and surrender. The garden became her confessional. She whispered to the roses what she could not speak aloud. "I love her, but I cannot live only for her." The petals nodded in the breeze, as if they had heard such secrets before. The fountain bubbled on, indifferent to human dramas, reminding her that water, once released, will always find its way downhill, no matter how many stones try to block its course. So she endured, holding both truths at once, that her mother's illness bound her, and that she herself must not disappear beneath it. The ribbon at her wrist, the folded letter in her book, reminded her that there was more to her life than fainting spells and whispered guilt. She told herself again, as she had in childhood, that one day she would decide. And this time, the thought did not feel like betrayal. It felt like survival. A title was offered like a crown of stone. It was spoken first in the language of opportunity, not coercion. At least, that is how her mother framed it. The girl was older now, though not yet grown in her own measure. She had begun to sense the subtle ways in which her life was being prepared, arranged like a stage long before the curtain rose. And then one evening, in a parlor bathed in golden lamplight, her mother drew the veil away from the true shape of that stage. Marriage. Not marriage as she had read of in her treasured novels, where two souls recognized each other and chose. This was marriage as contract, marriage as architecture, a grand structure meant to support dynasties, not individuals. The name spoken was a great one, English, ancient, with a palace attached to it that seemed as heavy as the stone from which it was carved. Her mother's voice trembled not with hesitation, but with triumph. "The Duke of Marlborough," she said, as if announcing victory in a battle no one else had seen. The girl blinked, uncertain whether she was meant to feel awe or gratitude. The words slid into her chest like pebbles, cold and unyielding. She knew only faintly of the man himself, a widower, burdened by debts, in need of American fortune. What she understood clearly was the part she was to play. The fortune itself, carried not in her hands, but in her name and dowry. Her father nodded, absent but complicit. He was not the architect, but the financier, providing the bricks for her mother's design. The girl searched his face for some flicker of doubt, some question, but he remained still. For him, the arrangement was practical, necessary even. For her mother, it was destiny. For the girl, it was a verdict delivered without trial. The days that followed were filled with conversations she was not part of, but was expected to obey. Contracts were discussed in hushed tones behind closed doors. The sum of her dowry was whispered as though it were the true name of her soul. A palace across the sea awaited, her mother said, as if the palace were a gift. Yet the girl thought of its stone walls and felt the chill of a prison. When the man himself came to visit, she observed him with the detached eye of one who knows her opinion will not matter. He was not cruel, not unkind, but he was distant, formal, older than she had wished. His courtesy was impeccable, his suit finely tailored, his words rehearsed. He looked at her as one might look at an estate, assessing its worth, noting its potential, calculating its costs. She smiled because she was trained to smile. She curtsied because her body had long been taught the motion. But inside, she felt nothing but the weight of inevitability. The bargain became clearer with every passing week. He would gain wealth, enough to preserve his ancestral home from decay. Her mother would gain triumph, proof that her daughter had secured one of the greatest titles in Britain. The girl herself would gain what? A crown of stone, heavy and unyielding. The promise of duty without affection, grandeur without intimacy. She confided once, in a rare moment of courage, to a friend. But what if I do not love him? The friend, older and already wed in a similar fashion, smiled with weary kindness. Love is not the purpose, my dear. Position is. You will learn to be content. The words chilled her, for she had hoped someone might say otherwise. The engagement was announced with fanfare. Newspapers printed her name beside his, praising the union as a brilliant match. Portraits were commissioned. Dresses were chosen. Invitations prepared. The girl moved through it all as though in a dream, her steps guided not by her own will, but by the current of her mother's ambition. Whenever she hesitated, whenever she seemed on the verge of protest, her mother's illness reappeared, pale and strategic, binding her with guilt. "Do you want to kill me?" her mother whispered once after a quarrel. The girl bowed her head, silenced. Behind her smile, despair coiled. She thought of the garden, of the ribbon tied around her wrist, of the letter hidden in her geography book. What became of promises when families intervened with treaties and fortunes? What chance did a private yes have against a public bargain? She carried her secret like a smuggled treasure, though its light grew fainter under the shadow of the marriage contract. On the night before the announcement, she stood before the mirror in her room. Her reflection wore silk, jewels, composure, but her eyes betrayed her. She pressed her hands to the glass as though hoping to push through to some other life. "I am not decoration," she whispered, though the words trembled. Yet even as she said it, the walls of her room held steady, the echo swallowed by the vast house that had always shaped her. The bargain was not hers to refuse. It was larger than her dreams, heavier than her protests. She had been raised for this moment, though she had never asked for it. And so, when the morning came, she smiled as photographers snapped their cameras. She stood beside the man who would become her husband, her posture perfect, her face serene. Only the ribbon, hidden beneath her sleeve, bore witness to the girl who had once dared to say yes to herself. A crowded church can feel lonelier than a cell. Morning came, dressed like a parade, though for her, it felt more like a rehearsal for absence. The city outside had been awake since dawn. Florists in aprons, policemen at ropes, reporters already polishing their metaphors. Somewhere a carriage wheel squealed, somewhere a trumpet was tuned, and somewhere, unseen, unreported, a girl sat behind a locked door with her hands folded in her lap, practicing the art of not shaking. The room chosen for her dressing was large enough to host a small concert. Its mirrors multiplied the white of her gown into a winter that seemed to go on forever. Seamstresses hovered like discreet snowbirds, pinning, smoothing, adjusting the weight of the veil so it would fall like a thought and not like a net. Buttons marched down her spine with military obedience. Silk sighed as she stood, then sat, then stood again. Her eyes were swollen, but the veil solved that. Soft tulle made grief look bridal, and so grief was permitted to stay. There had been tears in the night, quiet, tidy tears, the kind even pillows cannot betray. But morning asked for polish. She obliged. The brace, no longer worn each day as it had been in childhood, seemed to return in spirit, an old authority that insisted on posture if not on peace. Across the city, the church flowered into spectacle. Arches were bent under roses and chrysanthemums. Palms fanned like green applause from the transepts. The organist rehearsed, then rehearsed again. Ushers compared lists and found them equal only to the density of the crowd pressing at the doors. The street outside filled as if a tide had come in, hats tilting, opera glasses glinting, the curiosity of a city gathering to see wealth marry name. Upstairs, a maid knelt to straighten the hem. She did not meet the bride's eyes. Training forbade that. But when she rose, she left a hand on the girl's sleeve a heartbeat longer than service required. It was not words that comforted. It was the ordinary warmth of a fellow creature. "Thank you," the bride said, and the maid dipped away as if she had done nothing rare at all. Her father arrived, beautiful and distant, a figure painted in oil and then somehow freed from the frame. His manners were perfect. He told her she looked lovely. He did not ask if she was well. He offered his arm with the gravity of a man accustomed to crossings, a platform, a gangway, a contract. She took it. Somewhere far off, the orchestra began to pull Wagner like a long ribbon through the air. The bouquet did not arrive. Someone had miscounted distance or time or fate, and the flowers failed to materialize. It should have been alarming. It felt like a truth. She looked at her hands, empty and gloved, and thought that perhaps emptiness was the more honest accessory. The door opened. The head usher gave the tiniest nod that meant the world was waiting. They moved. Down the staircase, past portraits that had watched her pass since she was a child, out into a corridor where the air had been combed of any scent but roses and gaslight. A footman adjusted the fall of the veil. Another set the train straight, with a gesture that felt like arranging weather. The street outside murmured, then roared, then murmured again as the carriages closed and opened like jaws. The church doors, when they swung wide, gave the same sensation as stepping out onto a stage built without a back wall. Sound rose, shoes against stone, the deep hive hum of 1,000 bodies recalibrating for a single moment. She could not see faces. She saw only the shimmer of light off buttons and jewels. The pale blur of programs flapped as fans. The aisle gathered itself into a narrow river of carpet, and together she and her father stepped into its current. Perfume and wax mingle in a particular way under high ceilings. Somewhere up there, angels had been painted into the vaults, their wings held still. Music filled spaces she hadn't known were empty. She measured her breaths against the beat, one for every 6 steps. because breathing had to be an act, not an accident. The veil filtered the world into a gentler lie. Behind its mist, she could pretend she was walking through fog in a field somewhere that had not yet been bought and titled. Halfway down, she heard a cough, then the cedar creak of benches as a row stood late. A hat feather brushed another and apologized. A child whispered and was shushed by a hand that smelled faintly of violets. The small humanity of it steadied her more than any speech could have done. Not everyone in this room was thinking of alliances. Some were thinking of shoes that pinched and of whether the soup at supper would be warm. At the altar stood the man who would be her husband, his expression so carefully arranged it could have been hired. He was not cruel and not kind. He was a shape made to fit another shape, a duke into a duchess, a lock into a key. Beside him, clergymen in correct vestments arranged their meanings. Beyond them, choristers watched like a field of lilies trimmed to identical height. She noticed everything because noticing was the only freedom left that morning. The vows were printed, and so the future was too. Speak here. Say this. Yield the name you came with and receive the one that is waiting. She said the word steady because steadiness was all she had been allowed to bring. The ring slid home with the weight of a small coin pushed across a table. Somewhere a pen scratched a registry line, and in the scratch was the sound of a hinge closing. When they turned to face the congregation, applause arrived the way rain does on a hot day, sudden, grateful, forgetting that it might not be useful. The world approved. That is what applause means. We approve of what we have just asked you to do. She bowed her head slightly, not from humility, but from the wish, childish and sane, to hide. In that instant, a memory rose like a bubble through deep water. The garden bench, the coin tossed into the fountain, the ribbon at her wrist, the letter folded into a book of maps. It rose and popped. She did not wobble. There is a discipline to heartbreak that the world often mistakes for grace. They walked back down the aisle as two. The bouquet, still absent, became a story for newspapers to call charming. Outside, the cool air broke over them like mercy. Carriages waited like compliant animals, reins tucked into fists already gloved for departure. Photographers called gently, as though calling to shy birds. Just here, if you please. She arranged her face into something that would not startle and gave them the picture they had come to take. Someone said she was radiant. Radiance has many sources. Hers was a kind of combustion that leaves no smoke. There is a moment after a ceremony when the world is loud, and then a moment when it isn't. Between church and house, between receiving line and solitude, there was a brief carriage ride that belonged to neither spectacle nor silence. They sat side by side like travelers who share a compartment and a timetable but not a destination. He cleared his throat and said something appropriate about the weather. She said something appropriate back. The wheels clicked out the arithmetic of distance. When the carriage turned, a shaft of light found her through the veil and warmed one cheek. She closed her eyes and took the gift without believing it meant anything larger. At the house, the reception had been arrayed with the exactitude of a military campaign. Tables were dressed, glasses stood in formation, and footmen moved with the studied invisibility of clouds. People she had never met congratulated her as though they had watched her grow. People she loved watched her with the helplessness of those who cannot halt a procession once it has begun. Her mother, restored to health by triumph, received guests with the ease of a queen at a balcony. Pride can be beautiful when you look at it from far enough away. A line formed for good wishes. the particular words that have no shelf life but are required in such moments. She nodded, smiled, said thank you. An old man clasped her hand and whispered, "Courage," perhaps thinking he said, "Congratulations." She decided not to correct him. It was better advice. During a pause, she found a quiet corner by a window whose latch had been painted shut generations ago. The glass held the city at a polite distance. She looked down at the street and saw, not the crowd, but a single boy balancing on a curb, arms out like a tightrope walker, face turned up to the sun as if he could drink it. He would forget this day. She would not. The knowledge felt oddly fair. There were toasts, the brittle music of cutlery, a cake engineered more than baked. A lace handkerchief found its way into her hand, and she gripped it as a sailor holds a scrap of sail in calm seas, just in case. When it was time to leave, time to change from one dress into another, and from one name fully into the next, she bent to lift the hem, and found, tucked in the fold by hands she would never identify, a single small white flower. Not the bouquet, just a bloom. It had no scent left, but it had form, and form can be a kind of defiance. She slid it into her glove. A person becomes a museum of tiny rescues, carriages again, applause again. The city's face had changed. High noon traded for a slower light that made edges kind. She wanted very much to sleep, not from fatigue, but from the wish to miss an hour. Instead, she sat and counted church spires and said goodbye to each as if it were a person. Goodbye to one kind of sky. Goodbye to a door she had opened and closed 1,000 times. Goodbye to the girl who had stood behind that door and whispered, "One day, I will decide." At the station, a porter lifted their luggage with reverence, as if touching relics. A platform guard made a permission gesture that looked like a blessing. They boarded. The compartment was arranged for comfort in the way that the world arranges women for comfort. Cushions everywhere, and nowhere appropriate to put your fear. He sat opposite for a time, then beside her, then returned to the opposite seat, as if he too did not know which distance was kindest. If there were to be a honeymoon, it would be postponed by schedules that had little to do with happiness. Duties waited the way winter waits outside a window, patient, confident. Somewhere in the pile of cases, a tiara lay folded in soft tissue, more an instrument than an ornament. She imagined it against her skull, how it would feel like frost. Then she imagined a hat with a plain ribbon, and for a small, treasonous second, she smiled. The train moved. Cities make a different sound when heard through glass. Rows of tenements showed their backs, laundry surrendering to the wind, children darting chalk lines on sidewalks, as if to prove that games can survive any ceremony. She pressed her gloved finger to the pane and drew nothing, because drawing would have left a mark, and marks are difficult to explain. Evening found them miles away, and still within the circumference of decision. The compartment lamp threw a pool of honey over the table. He read a newspaper aloud in fragments, parliamentary notes, prices of grain, then folded it with a care that felt like apology. "You must be tired," he said. She nodded. It was a kind thing to offer a word that permitted silence. When the train finally slept upon its rails at a station that was not quite their destination, she lay on the narrow berth and listened to the old iron sing itself cool. Somewhere in the next carriage, a baby made that tentative sound babies make before crying, a test balloon of distress. It did not become a cry. It became sleep. She envied that negotiation. There are two kinds of weddings, she decided in the dark. The kind that begin a life, and the kind that assign one. She had been assigned. but even assignments can be amended in the margins. She had learned that from poetry. She had learned that from gardens. The letter was still inside the geography, the ribbon still memory on her wrist, and the word yes, her yes, still true even if its path had been stolen. A yes is not a key. It is a compass. Compasses do not open doors. They tell you which way to walk when one opens. Sometime before dawn, when trains become confessional and even dukes sleep without rehearsing their faces, she woke to a sound like rain and realized it was only the track unwinding beneath them. She breathed with it, 4 counts in, 4 counts out, until the breath became hers again and not the events. The veil lay folded in a hat box a few feet away. In the gray, not quite light, it looked like fog trapped and made portable. She considered opening the lid. She did not. Some things must remain in boxes if the morning is to arrive. Morning did arrive, stubborn and innocent. She sat up, smoothed her hair, and looked at herself in the small mirror framed in brass. The face she found there belonged to a duchess and to a girl who had not finished becoming. Both facts could be held at once. She touched the place on her wrist where the ribbon had been. Skin remembers bracelets long after they're gone. She smiled at that, a private acknowledgement that the body keeps hope better than the mind suspects. When they disembarked at last, the platform air was colder, the accents altered, the sky a different grammar altogether. Porters again, greetings again. A carriage that smelled of leather and a little of salt, as if the sea were somewhere near and thinking of them. The great house waiting at the end of the road would have its own discipline, its own ceilings, its own mirrors. She would go in. She would learn the clocks and the corridors. She would perform. But somewhere between church and station, between applause and lamplight, she had begun to practice a quiet craft, the art of carrying a small, living center through rooms designed to take it away. The sea carries her farther from herself each day. The voyage began with trumpets, though not the sort that blared in ceremony. These were ship horns, deep and solemn, rolling out over the harbor like voices from a cathedral made of salt and fog. She stood at the rail, her veil folded away at last, replaced with a traveling hat secured firmly against the wind. Beside her, he, her new husband, nodded politely to acquaintances already gathered on deck. Below them, on the quay, figures waved until they were reduced to brushstrokes against the waterline. The ocean opened with authority. Waves carried the ship outward, rocking gently at first, then with more insistence until the city behind her dissolved into haze. She held her gloved hand against the rail and wondered if she were watching her old life vanish, or if it were watching her instead. Somewhere in that dissolving city lay the garden, the fountain, the ribbon tied around her wrist. She pressed her palm to her chest where the letter still lay folded in the lining of her travel case. It was not protection, but it was memory, and memory can be an anchor even on restless water. Life aboard a ship is both confinement and release. The sea expands endlessly in every direction, yet your world shrinks to the length of a promenade and the height of a deck. Each morning she walked with him, their steps matching the rhythm of the waves. He spoke of estates, of debts to be managed, of obligations awaiting them in England. She nodded, as etiquette required, but her eyes strayed always to the horizon. The line where sea met sky felt truer than anything else she heard. The other passengers regarded her with interest, sometimes with admiration, sometimes with envy. They whispered her name as if it were now 2 names sewn together with gold thread. Vanderbilt, Marlborough. She became a subject of gossip, her gowns catalogued, her manner assessed. She moved through the ship like an exhibit, always observed, never known. Her smile grew practiced, her answers polished. Yet in the evenings, when the deck emptied and the stars burned free of clouds, she allowed herself to lean against the rail and simply breathe. Out there, beyond human reach, the sea did not care about titles. It only cared about tides. Nights were the hardest. The cabin assigned to them was comfortable, richly appointed, lined with wood that creaked softly as the ship adjusted its weight. Yet no amount of comfort could ease the knowledge that she was no longer entirely herself. She lay awake, listening to the steady churn of the engines, the slap of waves against the hull, the sigh of timbers. Each sound reminded her that distance was being built between her and the girl she had been. Distance that could not be measured in miles alone. One night, when sleep would not come, she rose quietly and wrapped herself in a shawl. She slipped from the cabin, into the corridor, and climbed to the deck. The air was cold, sharp with salt, the stars so near she felt she might touch them. She walked the length of the ship alone, her steps muffled by the hum of the engines below. At the bow, she paused, gripping the rail, looking into darkness. The sea stretched endless, but the ship kept its course. She wondered if she too would keep hers, or if her course had been set for her long ago, written not in stars, but in contracts. Other nights, she found fragments of humanity among the crew. A young sailor, not much older than herself, tipped his cap and whispered a wish for fair seas. A steward offered her ginger tea when seasickness struck. Their gestures reminded her that kindness still existed, even in this floating world of ceremony. They were not friends, not confidants, but their small mercies softened the loneliness. The sea itself became her companion. She learned to read it the way one reads a mood, the lift and fall of its voice, the color shifting from steel to sapphire, the sudden calm that preceded a storm. She began to imagine it speaking, not in words, but in movements. Some days it urged patience, other days, defiance. She whispered her fears into its wind, trusting that the waves would keep her secrets. Storms did come. The ship groaned and pitched, china rattling in cupboards, passengers clutching rails with white-knuckled hands. She braced herself in her cabin, her husband reading calmly, as if chaos outside were of no concern. She envied his composure, though she suspected it was less courage than indifference. For him, the voyage was a passage to duty. For her, it was an exile from choice, yet even storms end. One morning, after days of gray, the sky broke open into a brilliance she had not thought possible. The sea gleamed like hammered silver. Passengers emerged blinking, praising the calm. She stood among them, but her eyes filled not with relief, but with longing. If a storm could end, could her confinement too? Was there a calm waiting on the other side of this voyage? She tucked the thought away, fragile as porcelain but unbroken. There were evenings when music filled the saloon. Pianists played waltzes. Couples glided across the polished floor. She joined when asked, her steps precise, her smile steady. Yet she felt as though she were watching herself from across the room, her body moving while her spirit leaned again on the rail, staring into darkness. When the music ended, applause filled the air, polite and brief. She curtsied. Inside, she felt only emptiness. Still, the sea carried her forward. Each dawn revealed a horizon unchanged, yet closer to destiny. She measured the days by meals, by bells, by the letters she wrote in her mind, though she could never send them. Letters to the garden, to the fountain, to the boy who had asked her what she wanted. Letters filled with truths she dared not speak aloud. The words drifted like gulls, circling, waiting for a shore that might never come. At last, land appeared. England rose from mist, gray and solemn, its cliffs like stern guardians. Passengers crowded the deck, exclaiming, pointing. She stood among them, silent. The land before her was her future, carved already in stone, waiting to claim her. She felt no triumph, only gravity. The sea, which had carried her so far, now relinquished her without ceremony. The ship docked, bells rang, porters bustled. Her new life began with the lowering of a gangway. She placed her foot upon it and felt the earth tilt beneath her, not from waves this time, but from the weight of duty pressing down. The ocean lay behind her, infinite and indifferent. Ahead, the palace waited. Stone can remember victories and forget hearts. They reached the estate in a carriage that knew the road by rote. Wheels softened over gravel, thudded politely across a small bridge, and then rolled into the approach that had been measured to humble. What rose ahead did not so much sit upon the land as command it. Terraces in tiers, colonnades shouldering air, windows in such number that the sky itself seemed held to account. The first sight of Blenheim had the force of a drum heard through bone. It was beautiful the way a regiment in perfect formation is beautiful, strict, impressive, breathless. At the gate, a porter with powdered hair lifted a silver-topped wand, as if to move weather from their path. The crest above the arch stared down with its fixed astonishment, as though still surprised at its own survival. Inside the arch, the carriage slowed, making a small, respectful bow. Beyond, courtyards unfolded in deliberate sequence, like a lesson that would be repeated until learned. He, her husband, spoke the names of things, their lineage, their order, the proper doors for proper guests. The great hall, the saloon, the long library. Each title arrived like another title held over her head. He spoke of tapestries won, portraits commissioned, ceilings painted to recall battles that had long since cooled into narrative. "We are not merely occupants," he said with a faint smile. "We are caretakers." She nodded because nodding was the correct answer to a sentence that held a "we" she did not yet recognize. The door opened to a hush made of stone. Sound gathers differently in houses built to impress victory rather than shelter conversation. Her first steps on the floor, marble in a pattern meant for ceremony, were swallowed and returned as if translated to a more formal language. A butler approached with the precise travel of a tide. He bowed, not to her as a person, but to her as a role now occupied. Servants fanned gently outward, each to their channel. Lady's maid, housekeeper, footmen who handled flowers the way others handle swords. She learned names quickly because politeness asked it, and also because the names were the only soft things presented to her. Rooms unfurled in a procession of intention. Here, a drawing room that had entertained ambassadors. There, a morning room whose windows watched a lawn cropped like an army field. A breakfast room made for the appetite of power. A small chapel where gratitude and obligation had learned to kneel together without argument. Everywhere, portraits, gazes fixed in varnish, eyes that had learned to outlast their owners. Faces, some gentle, some vast with bearing, looked toward where she stood and seemed to whisper, "The one sermon palaces preach. Continue." Her chambers were prepared with the care of a coronation. A fire had been coaxed into cheerful obedience, roses arranged to look unarranged, curtains gathered, then released, then gathered again by hands that understood how fabric should fall when the purpose of a room is dignity. A lady's maid, quiet, competent, knelt to unbutton the travel dress with a skill that felt almost like mercy. "Welcome, Your Grace," she said, in a voice trained to be weather. The title landed on the carpet between them and lay there like a dropped glove. From the window, the park rolled away in swells of green, deer no more than commas punctuating distance. A river wound itself into a lake that had been commanded into existence and had obeyed, wide and reflective, a mirror for the sky. Far off, an obelisk stood at attention, as if still awaiting orders. The beauty was immense. The intimacy was nowhere. At dinner that first evening, the table took up its part in the household's grammar. Candles were set in careful ranks. Silver repeated itself with the insistence of a poem. Glass chimed with the frail confidence of crystal that knows it belongs. He spoke of the day's letters, the inquiries to be answered, the tenants to be reviewed, the plumbers to be summoned for a roof that had decided after 2 centuries to leak like an old soldier. She offered questions where questions were appropriate. She admired where admiration was expected. When the meal ended, he rose. They were polite in parting, as neighbors are polite when fences have been perfectly measured. Morning brought duties that arrived as quietly as dew. A secretary presented the first notebook of names, those to be received, those to whom notes of thanks were due, those whose petitions lay waiting like dressed wounds. She sat at a table carved to remember trees, dipped her pen, and began to make what the world calls a duchess's handwriting, strong enough to be legible, soft enough to be admired. The letters were sincere, where sincerity cost nothing, and careful where carelessness might topple a delicate agreement arranged long before she could vote. The village lay just beyond the park's edge, where roofs clustered like hands around a candle. She asked, once tentatively, if a visit would be suitable. It was suitable, she was told, if done in a way that confirmed rather than questioned the expected order of things. "The people are fond of pageantry," he said gently, as if to console her for the weight of her own embroidery. But when she did go, guarded by custom and a coachman's back, the fondness she met was not for pageantry. It was for her effort to remember names, to recall who had lost a child in January, to a fever that burned hot and then vanished into ice, who kept a garden that produced beans long after the soil should have been discouraged, who mended boots for men who pretended not to be grateful. She returned with lists the steward had not expected. Coal where the wind pushed under doors, tar where the thatch had misjudged rain, bread where wages had made their calculation without hunger's consent. Bills were paid. The house registered this as generosity to be noted in a ledger. She registered it as the minimum. The palace taught her its seasons with the same patience a river uses to teach a stone what it means to be smoothed. Autumn braided smoke into the hedges and made the tapestries look warmer. Winter wrapped the park in that strange quiet which makes even hoofbeats sound like secrets. Spring returned the river to a fresher voice. Lambs practiced their small, bright exclamations in fields far enough away to sound like bells. Summer widened the light until the galleries felt almost kind. Guests came according to a calendar older than any of them. Some arrived with stories fit for a hunting breakfast. Some came with questions disguised as compliments. Some came because their grandmothers had taught them that certain doors must be entered yearly, or the locks forget their purpose. She hosted with grace that did not crack, even when chatter turned to who had prospered without deserving it, and who had suffered without learning the lesson that suffering was meant to teach. She smiled, because the choir in those rooms always sings the same song, and when she could, she shifted the key half a note toward gentleness. He kept his habits. Parliament when Parliament called, London when London beckoned. Letters even on Sundays because roofs do not wait for worship. He was not cruel. This mattered. He was a man convinced by inheritance that duty begins where affection often ends, and that the architecture of his life was more important than its furniture. He admired her calm, praised her taste, gladly permitted her to do good, the phrase worn smooth by centuries of women whose work had been placed under the umbrella of charm. They occupied the same map and rarely the same room. When they did, the air behaved itself. The house had a library that could have sheltered a small town. Its long room smelled of bindings and 1,000 evenings that had tried to become mornings. She loved it for its windows. When weather allowed, she took a chair where light pooled without bragging and read the books that had nothing to do with the estate or history or nobility. Travel letters from women whose names had been lost, but whose sentences had not. A slim volume of poems that rhymed like footsteps. A manual for midwives that told her more about mercy than a dozen sermons. The librarian, startled to find her there often, began to bring her quiet treasures without being asked. "Perhaps, Your Grace," he would murmur. "This may please." The phrase became a secret handshake, 2 words that made her feel, briefly, less displayed. There were rituals she learned to perform without waking herself. The presentation at court, where jewels set their cold hands against her brow and made her temples ache. Ornaments behaving like obligations. The curtsies measured by geometry. The smile filtered through a lace of expectation. The horses stepped, the trumpets remembered their notes, and the day ended in a fatigue that did not confess its cause. In the private corridors, she could sometimes hear the house itself, pipes clicking like distant knitters, beams sighing as if adjusting a shawl, the occasional hush of a door pulled closed with care. During one such walk, she paused at a window near the servants' stairs and watched a kitchen maid slip outside to the yard, lift her face to the rain, laugh at nothing, and return. The smallness of that joy undid and remade her in the same instant. She pressed her palm to the cold glass as if to borrow its realism. Stone is honest. It is what it is. Her sons came, first one and then another, each arrival announced by a bell in the bones. Something here that is not title, not treaty, not arrangement. The house celebrated the air with ribbons of wine and speeches, the spare with warmer milk and calmer hands. She learned the sound of her children's breathing before she learned to navigate the mechanics of a court curtsy in a too-heavy dress. She was given schedules as if love needs a timetable. She learned the art of stealing minutes, an extra lullaby when the nurse had already dimmed the lamp, a forehead kissed in the corridor between rules, a finger held through the bars of a cradle as if confessing that cages can be made of gold and grammar. Work found her. Not embroidery, though the house would have gladly praised a skill in silk, but the steady labor of turning concern into structure. A committee for infant care in the village became a dispensary with regular hours. A conversation with a weary schoolmistress became an afternoon room where children could read without being corrected into silence. She learned how to ask for funds in a tone that did not sound like asking. She learned how to thank men who believed they were doing favors and women who understood they were allies. She learned that institutions like grand houses respect other institutions, hospitals, schools, committees with letterheads. She began to build those, one honest signature at a time. In London, her name opened doors. In Oxfordshire, her presence opened windows. She preferred the windows. The air there smelled of damp books and warmed bread, of linseed oil and coal dust, of lives that did not have time to rehearse. When she returned to the palace after those visits, Its splendor felt less like a scold. You can forgive stone for being stone when you have heard a child laugh over a new pair of boots. And always, there was the river. It traveled the grounds with the untroubled patience of water that once was rain and would be again. She walked beside it on evenings when the light behaved as if it had been told a secret. Swans might claim the far bank. Cows, stolid and excellent, might tear at grass with their holy indifference. She practiced breathing there in a way that did not look like prayer but was. In the seasons when fog lay low, the palace stepped back a pace and allowed the water to be the most important architecture in view. Every house has a room where truth waits. At Blenheim, it was a small chamber tucked behind the grander corridors, a place where a seamstress kept a table for mending. She discovered it by accident, following a thread of laughter that belonged to women who had not been warned she was near. They grew quiet when she entered, then uneasily made space for her. She asked whether she might sit. They looked to one another, then nodded. For an hour, she held a teacup and said almost nothing, and in that almost nothing she heard everything. Who had a mother ailing, which pantry door stuck when it rained, where the wind found its way under the eaves, and how the new undergardener whistled off-key but kindly. When she rose to leave, the head seamstress, older than velvet, said, "If your grace ever needs a hem, come to us. We make things hang right." It was the kindest theology she had been offered in months. Not all days were bearable. Some ended with her sitting at the edge of her bed, corset loosened, hair unpinned, hands cold despite the fire, wondering how a life can be so full of rooms and contain so little place. "You are necessary," she would tell herself, because the house required a duchess the way a stage requires a curtain. But necessity is not the same as belonging. On those nights, she lifted the lid of a small box and touched the ribbon kept there, not as a promise now, but as a lesson. The weight of yes is not undone by stone. News arrived from London as weather does, sometimes by cloud, sometimes by lightning. Governments traded chairs. Newspapers traded truths for stories that sold. At a reception so formal, it might have been set with a mason's plumb line. She felt her hearing shift, the world muffling itself as if taught a hush. Sound did not vanish. It receded. Voices became the ocean heard through a shell. She learned to read lips kindly, to tilt her head as though considering, to place herself near the piano so that vibrations told her where the song was. A private grief added itself to the tall stack, and she added composure to the top, a paperweight to keep sorrow from escaping the desk. When the coronation came, she wore the diamonds that remembered whose victories paid for them. The cloth of gold canopy blossomed overhead like an obedient field. Trumpets recited the old lesson. Power explained to power. She performed her part perfectly. Beneath the weight, she recited a quieter creed. Be useful. Be merciful. Be real where no one looks. Years mapped themselves inside the house without asking her consent. Children grew into schools. The staff altered as life does. Retirements, marriages, letters with black edges. She learned to walk the estate with a memory for trees. This one struck by lightning in 03. That one planted for a birth. The avenue trimmed back the year the roof nearly failed. She was not mistress of the place. She was its custodian's conscience. It was a role she could give herself. On a late afternoon that smelled of rain that would arrive after dark, she stood at the edge of the lake and imagined the palace as a ship, its windows portholes, its halls corridors that would not float if the water rose. She felt, surprisingly, no fear. Houses are agreements people make with time. She had begun to make a different agreement. one with the smallest matters that survive grandeur. A hand steadying a teacup, a blanket added to a bed no one thinks to warm, a book placed in a child's hands at the hour when winter presses hardest. In letters that no archivist would ever consider valuable, she wrote to women whose names would never be printed, nurses, teachers, a matron of a refuge in London. "Tell me what is needed," she wrote, "not what is admired." The replies were lists, and she loved them for that. Soap, milk, shoes, coal, patience, privacy. She folded the lists into action. The palace registered expenditures. The village registered warmer nights. The woman who lived between those registers slept a little better. And the house continued to be itself, stone and trumpet, gallery and gaze. It was not cruel. It was convinced. It could never be hers in the way a cottage might have been, but she could inhabit it without becoming another portrait. The trick, she learned, was to keep a small door ajar inside, a door that did not open into gardens or libraries or chapels, but into a room with a single chair where a person is no one's title at all. From that room, she could enter the day and do the work that made rooms elsewhere warmer. From that room, she could answer invitations with discretion, decline with kindness, and propose quietly the sort of gatherings where truth could sit without being asked for its pedigree. From that room, she could stand up when duty knocked and walk out when ritual began to swallow meaning whole. And from that room, some evenings, she could simply sit and hear her own breathing return to her at a pace no corridor could set. Blenheim would outlast her. Houses like this are built for outlasting. It would host risings and fallings she could not predict. It would polish, and it would leak, and it would be grateful to no one and everyone. But through its long corridors had passed and was now passing a woman practicing the quiet craft of usefulness. And sometimes, when the sun slid low and turned the stone to honey, the house itself seemed to grow gentler, as if remembering that victories sustained by kindness last longer than any built by drums alone. True comfort flickers in small lamps of kindness. The palace knew how to intimidate, but it did not know how to comfort. Its ceilings soared, its portraits glared, its clocks ticked with the judgment of centuries. In such a place, kindness often came not from chandeliers or coronations, but from the smallest lamps, gestures almost invisible against the sweep of grandeur, yet warmer than any fire the hearth could hold. It began with a cup of broth one afternoon. She had returned from a long carriage ride through wet fields, chilled to the bone and weary from the performance of politeness. As she entered her rooms, a maid, new, unsure of her place, brought a tray unbidden. The broth steamed, golden, fragrant with parsley. The maid curtsied nervously, muttering apologies for intruding. She lifted the spoon and tasted. It was simple, almost poor in its ingredients, yet it revived her more than all the velvet cushions in the house. "Thank you," she said quietly, and the maid looked startled, then smiled. It was the smile of someone who did not expect acknowledgement. That smile warmed the room more than the fire did. From then on, she began to notice such lamps. The gardener who left a single sprig of lavender on the sill outside her window, knowing she liked its scent. The steward who shifted the candles nearer when he saw her lean toward the light while reading. The coachman who slowed the carriage as they passed through the village, giving children time to wave, and then tipped his hat as if to salute not her title, but their delight. These were not gestures the palace required. Indeed, they slipped beneath its notice. Yet to her, they became the truest parts of her days. She began to collect them silently, like stones polished by a river, small, unremarkable, precious. Her children, too, brought lamps of kindness. One winter night, when snow pressed hard against the windows and the wind rattled the shutters, her eldest crept into her room with a book clutched tight. "Read with me," he whispered, though the nursery had its own staff for that. She drew him under the blanket, lit only by a single lamp. Together they read, his head heavy against her arm. The snow howled, but the lamp glowed steadily, making a circle of safety in which love could breathe without needing to be named. Her second child, gentler, more sensitive, once placed a drawing on her writing desk, a house with a small door and a garden, nothing grand. In the corner, 2 stick figures held hands. Beneath it, in a hand still clumsy with letters, he had written, "Us." She kept the paper in a drawer where ledgers and obligations could not reach it. Whenever the grandeur of the palace threatened to crush her, she opened that drawer and reminded herself of the scale of true riches. She also found lamps among strangers. At a charity meeting in London, a nurse approached her timidly, hat in hand. "Your Grace," she stammered, "I wanted to say, the funds you sent for coal last winter, it saved lives, not in speeches, but in blankets." The nurse's eyes glistened. For a moment, the Duchess felt seen not as an ornament, not as a figurehead, but as a woman whose choices mattered. She returned to Blenheim with a lighter step, carrying the knowledge that her existence could generate warmth, however small. But kindness was not only received, it was given too, and in the giving, she found a peculiar freedom. She began to write personal notes to servants when their families faced hardship, enclosing small sums or simply words of care. She visited the village school unannounced, reading to the children, asking their names. When a miller's wife lost a baby, she sent flowers from her private garden, not from the grand hothouses, because she wanted the gift to feel human, not ceremonial. These actions did not change the architecture of her confinement, but they gave her a way to breathe within it. At times, her husband noticed. He praised her tact, her diplomacy, her usefulness to the family's reputation. She listened politely, but kept the deeper truth to herself. That kindness mattered not because it polished the family crest, but because it preserved her soul. If she could not decide her own life, she could at least decide to make someone else's burden lighter. She began to light lamps deliberately, not only for others, but for herself. A small oil lamp on her desk at night, its flame steady as she wrote in her journal. A lamp in the nursery where she lingered longer than schedules allowed. A lamp in the seamstress's room, where she sometimes sat with women who did not speak to her as a duchess, but as another pair of hands. These lamps became a quiet rebellion, a way of carving circles of warmth in a house built for cold display. There was one night, years later, when a storm struck with such violence that even the stone walls seemed to tremble. Windows rattled, trees bent, lightning lit the galleries in ghastly flashes. Guests huddled, servants scurried, the great halls filled with nervous laughter. In her chambers, she gathered her sons, their nurse, a handful of frightened maids. They lit every small lamp they could find, oil, candles, even a lantern usually kept for the stables. The room glowed like a ship at sea, fragile but brave. They sat close, telling stories until the storm passed. In that moment, the palace felt not like a monument, but like a home. She would remember it always, that night of small lamps defying the thunder. It taught her a truth she carried for the rest of her life, that survival in great houses, or in any house, is not found in crowns or tapestries, but in kindness shared in the shadows. Even gold bars can bind the heart in silence. The years inside Blenheim stretched like corridors, long, echoing, measured by footsteps and duties rather than by joy. At first, she tried to believe she had been given a palace, that the privilege of its walls outweighed the silence inside them. But palaces, she learned, can be cages just as much as hovels can. Only the gilding makes them harder to name. Each morning began with ritual. Curtains were drawn, gowns laid out, breakfast trays delivered on silver. The staff moved with such precision that it almost erased the sense of human presence. They existed like parts of a mechanism, well-oiled and soundless. She was grateful for their loyalty, yet sometimes longed for a crooked smile, for someone to spill the tea and laugh about it. Perfection is a burden. She wore it daily. Her husband lived by routine as well. Hours spent in correspondence, meetings with tenants, long absences in London. He was not cruel. He simply regarded affection as unnecessary decoration, the way some regard flowers on a dining table, pleasant but not essential. They shared meals, they shared duties, they shared children, but they did not share themselves. She became adept at smiling across candlelight, asking polite questions, receiving polite answers. Loneliness in a palace is sharper than loneliness anywhere else, because it is so carefully hidden. To outsiders, she was envied. To visitors, she was admired. The world saw gowns, jewels, portraits of her painted with brushstrokes that flattered without knowing. But inside, she felt the silence pressing against her like the weight of the stone walls. Silence during meals, silence in bed, silence even in the laughter of guests that never quite reached her heart. She kept journals, though cautiously. They were places to whisper her true feelings, but she feared discovery. A duchess's private thoughts could be used as weapons in gossip. So she wrote in half sentences, sketches of mood. Today, the house was colder than the air outside. Or, I smiled so long my jaw ached. These fragments became proof, if only to herself, that she was more than the role carved for her. The children brought color into the cage. Their laughter rang against the ceilings. Their questions filled the corridors with life no tapestry could contain. She clung to them, perhaps too fiercely. Nurses and governesses raised eyebrows at her insistence on being present for bedtime, for lessons, for walks. But she knew instinctively that her children were her lifeline, the part of her existence that remained real. When her eldest reached out one night and said, "Stay until I fall asleep," she did not leave, though the house rules expected her elsewhere. She lay beside him, whispering stories until his breathing slowed, and in that simple act, she tasted freedom. Still, the cage remained. At dinners, men spoke over her, around her, but rarely to her. She learned to smile as if engaged while her mind wandered elsewhere, to the garden of her youth, to the ribbon tied around her wrist, to the words she had once whispered, "One day, I will decide." Yet here she was, decisions made for her long before she entered the aisle. Her mother visited occasionally, triumphant and satisfied. "See what I secured for you," she would say, her eyes sweeping the grandeur as if it were hers. The daughter smiled dutifully, but inside a quiet ache grew. She had been traded, and though the trade had been deemed brilliant, she was the coin spent. There were moments of rebellion, though small. She insisted on visiting the hospital in London, not merely donating funds, but walking the wards, speaking to patients. "It is unbecoming," her husband once muttered, "for a duchess to linger where illness dwells." She answered softly, "It is unbecoming for illness to linger where help can be given." He said no more, and she continued her visits. They became her sanctuary, places where honesty lived without gilding. The cage glittered most during grand events, balls where chandeliers blazed, where orchestras drowned thought, where gowns shimmered like captured moons. She moved through them like a swan, admired, envied, praised. Yet each step reminded her that she was on display. Guests whispered about her jewels, her grace, her fortune. Few asked what she loved, what she dreamed. She learned to keep her true self hidden, like a flame sheltered from drafts. Sometimes, in the still of night, she rose from her bed and walked the corridors alone. The palace at night belonged only to echoes and her footsteps. She would pause at a window, look out at the deer moving silently across moonlit fields, and whisper to herself, "This is not all of me." The glass never answered, but the act of saying it aloud mattered. Her health began to falter, not dramatically, but in whispers. A faintness after long evenings, a heaviness in her chest, headaches that lingered. Doctors prescribed rest, tonics, fewer engagements. None cured the truth. Her spirit was weary of confinement. She knew it but kept silent. To confess it would invite pity, and pity felt like another chain. Yet within the cage, she continued to light her lamps of kindness. She wrote letters for the illiterate, funded schools for village children, invited convalescents to the palace gardens. These acts became her quiet rebellion, her way of proving that even a cage could be a place of service. The palace might own her title, but not her soul. And so the days passed, measured not by joy, but by endurance. She smiled in portraits, attended ceremonies, bore children, performed duties. Outwardly, she was the perfect duchess. Inwardly, she remained the girl who had once tied a ribbon around her wrist, whispering yes to a different future. The ribbon was gone, the fountain far behind, but the memory endured. It whispered back to her in moments of despair, "You are still more than this." Another child brings tender chances quietly kept. Life within the palace unfolded like an endless score of music played too softly to ignore. Each day carried the same notes of duty, of appearances, of meals and letters and visits. Yet in the midst of that monotony, there came a new sound, one not written by tradition, but by nature itself, the cry of another child. The arrival of her second son was met with pomp, of course. Bells rung in the nearby village. Church choirs sang hymns of thanksgiving. Newspapers carried columns about the continuance of a noble line. The estate buzzed with congratulations as though a victory had been secured in some long-forgotten battle. But for her, the true significance was quieter, more fragile. It was not about inheritance or titles. It was about a small life swaddled in blankets, eyes blinking at the world, as if testing whether it was safe. The nursery became her refuge again. Though nannies and wet nurses hovered, though rules dictated when she might enter and when she must leave, she found ways to linger. She slipped in before breakfast, stood over the cradle, and let her finger be gripped by tiny hands that knew nothing of dukedoms or dowries. In that grip, she felt both freedom and tethering. A child's need, unlike a husband's or a mother's, did not come with conditions. It was raw, honest, insistent. It was love without politics. Her husband acknowledged the birth with the gravity expected of him. He was pleased in the way men of his rank were pleased, with relief that the line was secure, with satisfaction that duties had been fulfilled. But beyond that, he did not seek intimacy. The nursery belonged to women, to staff, to her. That distance, though painful in one sense, gave her room. She claimed that room carefully, filling it not with rebellion, but with tenderness. Late at night, When the house had gone silent save for the occasional creak of settling beams, she would sit in the nursery rocking chair. The child pressed against her heart. She hummed songs remembered from her own childhood, fragments of lullabies sung by a nurse long gone, half-forgotten melodies whispered against her cradle in a Fifth Avenue bedroom. She had once thought those songs vanished, erased by years of training and performance. Yet here they were, returning like old friends to comfort her and her child alike. Her eldest, curious and protective, would tiptoe into the nursery during these vigils. He stood on tiptoe to peek at his brother, then crawled into her lap, nestling against her shoulder. The three of them, wrapped in lamplight, formed a small circle of truth within a house of illusions. She often thought, here is my real inheritance, not the palace, not the jewels, but this fragile circle of love. Beyond the nursery, expectations remained. She was summoned to dinners, to charities, to social calls that drained her. She went because refusal would be noted, because absence would be judged. But she carried within her the memory of tiny fingers wrapped around her own, of the warmth of her children's breath against her neck. That memory became armor. When flattery or criticism threatened to pierce her, she recalled the nursery, and the words slid away. Her mother came to visit soon after the birth, her voice triumphant. 2 sons, she said with satisfaction. You have done more than I could have hoped. The daughter smiled politely, but inside she felt the sting. She had not given birth to fulfill her mother's ambitions. She had not endured the pain for dynasties. She had endured it because love, even in confinement, was still possible. Yet she knew better than to argue. Words would only sharpen chains already too tight. Instead, she let her mother bask in reflected glory while she kept the true glow for herself. Alone in the nursery, she whispered to her sons, words she had never dared speak to anyone else. You are mine, not theirs. Mine. The palace tried to fold the new child into its pattern. Nurses scheduling, tutors preparing, portraits already sketched in minds before the boy could even walk. But she resisted in small ways. She insisted on simple clothes instead of elaborate frills. She encouraged play in the gardens rather than endless hours of etiquette. She wanted her children to taste earth, to run, to laugh, to know that life was more than ceremony. These small rebellions might never make the history books, but they mattered. Her children became her mirror. In their eyes, she saw what she might have been if her life had not been traded. In their laughter, she heard echoes of her own laughter before it had been caged. They reminded her daily that joy was still possible, that freedom could exist in moments, even if not in entire lives. There was one evening, long remembered, when a thunderstorm rolled across the estate. The house rattled under the force of the wind. Lightning lit the portraits in sudden white. Thunder cracked so close it felt like the sky breaking open. The staff hurried through the halls, securing windows and calming guests. She fled to the nursery, where the children cried in fear. She gathered them both into her arms, sat on the floor between their beds, and sang softly. The storm raged, but within that small circle of song, peace grew. It was fragile, but it was theirs. Afterward, as the storm passed and the children slept, she remained seated on the floor, her back against the wall, listening to the soft rhythm of their breathing. She thought, if nothing else, I have this. If the palace erases me in every other way, it cannot erase the fact that I have been the one to calm their storms. In time, the children grew. The palace resumed its endless rhythm, and she returned to her roles. But the memory of those nights in the nursery, of thunder met with song, remained. They were proof that love, even hidden, even restricted, could outshine grandeur. And so, in a palace that glittered but rarely warmed, she found another chance. Not freedom, not yet, but a reminder that her life could still contain tenderness. Another child, another circle of truth, another flame lit against the darkness. Separation drifts in like paintings lifted away. The palace never shouted when it changed. It rearranged itself with quiet hands. Furniture was moved, portraits taken down for cleaning, and sometimes, more silently still, lives shifted into new rooms with new distances. That was how separation entered her marriage. Not as a quarrel, not as a slammed door, but as paintings quietly lifted from their hooks, leaving pale rectangles on the wall. At first, she did not notice. Her days were still heavy with duties, children's lessons, charity committees, the endless calls of households both grand and small. But over time, she realized that her husband was absent more often, lingering in London, extending trips, taking solace in the company of politics, investments, and perhaps other faces she was not invited to know. When he was home, he was courteous, attentive in the way a host is attentive to a guest, but not close. Their lives overlapped like circles in a diagram, touching at duty, intersecting at meals, but drifting farther from true communion. She was not surprised. She had long known that their union had been crafted by ambition, not affection. What startled her was the relief she felt when he was gone. She had expected loneliness, but instead, she discovered a curious lightness, as though the air within Blenheim became easier to breathe when she was not required to share it with expectation. Alone, she could walk corridors without rehearsing her expressions. She could linger in the nursery without guilt. She could sit in the library and read without answering questions about usefulness. The separation was not announced. No declarations were made. No papers signed. It unfolded like mist on the river, so slowly that one day she looked around and realized the distance had become permanent. She remained the Duchess in name, the mother of heirs, the hostess of halls. He remained the Duke, attending to his estates and obligations. But their marriage, once strained, had now transformed into something even more intangible: absence. For her, the absence was both cage and key. Without the weight of his gaze, she could claim small freedoms. She wrote more letters, visited more hospitals, poured her energy into relief committees. The palace did not shrink. It expanded, now hers to navigate without fear of interruption. She began to feel its corners as companions rather than guards. The stone walls, still heavy, became confidants of a sort, listening as she whispered prayers or confessions no one else would hear. Yet with freedom came the echo of solitude. Nights were long. In the great bed carved for generations, she often lay awake, listening to the wind in the chimneys. She imagined what it might have been to share true intimacy, to have someone turn toward her, not because ritual demanded it, but because love compelled it. That longing never vanished, though she learned to cradle it gently, the way one cradles an old wound that still aches but no longer bleeds. Her children noticed, in ways children always do. One evening, her eldest asked, "Why is father not here?" She answered softly, "He has duties elsewhere." The child frowned, then climbed into her lap. "But you are here," he said, as though solving a problem. She kissed his hair and thought, "Yes, I am here." And being here, truly here, was her rebellion. Society murmured, of course. Rumors bloomed in drawing rooms, speculating about his distractions, her solitude, their arrangement. Some pitied her, some admired her composure, some criticized her for daring to appear content. She ignored it. The opinions of society were yet another set of chains she had learned to slip. What mattered were the lamps of kindness she still tended. The nursery, the village, the hospital wards. The letters answered in her own hand. There was a day when she walked into one of the grand galleries and found a portrait missing. The staff explained it had been removed for cleaning, but the blank space struck her as a mirror. That was her marriage, a frame still in place, ornate and celebrated, but the canvas gone. Strangely, she did not weep. She simply stood there, hands folded, and thought, perhaps now I can paint something new. Her mother, hearing whispers of the separation, reacted with outrage. Do you not realize what you risk? All I built for you? The daughter listened in silence. Once, those words would have crushed her. Now they felt like echoes in a hallway she no longer lived in. She answered gently, "What you built was not for me, Mother. It was for you. I am learning, at last, to build for myself." Her mother gasped as if struck, but the conversation ended there. In her solitude, she found companionship in unexpected places. A gardener who taught her the names of wildflowers, a seamstress who confided about her own lost child, a young curate who lent her a volume of poetry. These connections were small, fleeting, unrecorded in ledgers, but they nourished her more than banquets ever had, and still, she carried herself with grace. Guests who visited saw no bitterness in her, only composure. Some mistook it for contentment. Others, sharper-eyed, saw in her calm a quiet strength, the kind that does not need to declare itself. She was no longer the trembling bride, nor the girl crushed by her mother's spells of illness. She was something harder to define, a woman enduring, adapting, reshaping her cage into a place where she could still breathe. There was one night when she sat alone by the river. The moon laid a silver path across the water, inviting and unreachable. She thought of the boy she had once loved, the ribbon around her wrist, the whispered yes in a garden. She closed her eyes and whispered again, yes. Not to him this time, but to herself. Yes, to survival. Yes, to finding meaning even here. Yes, to the possibility that freedom could be born, even from absence. The separation became not tragedy, but transformation. The palace, which had once seemed to erase her, now reflected her more clearly. She was not defined by her husband's presence, nor by his absence. She was defined by what she chose to do with the space between. Some doors open with keys, others with steady kindness. The season turned without asking her opinion. It always did. Leaves thinned to the color of tea, the river slowed, and the palace light changed from brass to pewter. In that gentler light, another change, quieter than autumn and just as certain, began to take hold in her life. It did not arrive with fanfare. It arrived the way dawn does in old houses, first as a suggestion along the sill, then as a line on the floor, and finally as a room that realizes it has been given back to sight. It started with a letter about blankets. The village nurse wrote in a hand that leaned forward bravely. There will be another hard winter. The coal is dear. The old and the newborn cannot out-argue the frost. The Duchess folded the paper, laid her palm upon it, and felt the weight of an uncomplicated request. She had, for years, answered needs with checks and parcels. This time she answered with questions. How many beds? How many rooms? What hours? Who has a key to the cupboard? A small committee formed as naturally as steam upon a kettle. A fire was lit in a disused schoolroom. Shelves were built. The first parcel of wool arrived smelling faintly of lanolin and sea. The work was not heroic. It was housekeeping at a civic scale. But the work altered the air around her. Instead of moving from room to room making conversation, she began to move from room to room making lists. Instead of tallying place cards, she tallied baby scales and bottles. She learned the price of soap in a bad year and the distance a mother would walk for good milk. She discovered that dignity travels farther on warm feet, so she began to ask after boots as much as after books. The steward, who had once presented ledgers like weather reports, now arrived with a pencil behind his ear and a reluctant admiration in his eyes. "If your grace insists on precision," he murmured, "we will need another page." She smiled. "Then bring two." London noticed. London notices everything eventually, although it rarely notes what matters first. The invitations that used to ask her to lend a name now began to ask her to lend a mind. She took the train in a plain hat and sat in rooms whose carpets remembered ministers and whose chairs were not accustomed to hearing women argue figures without blushing. There were doctors who preferred theories to patients, clergymen who preferred fences to fields. She listened, not because they were right, but because listening taught her where the hinge of a door was hidden. When it was her turn to speak, she did not offer thunder. She offered sentences like steady rain. People looked up, surprised to find the table damp with clarity. A friend, more a weathered sail than a parasol, introduced her to a London house where Friday evenings were devoted to conversation rather than display. There, in a parlor whose sofa springs sighed with relief at honest talk, she met women who carried the town's invisible scaffolding, matrons of homes that did not fit neatly into any parish report, visitors of prisons who knew which door was kinder to knock upon, teachers who bought their own chalk and left with less to eat. They were not impressed by titles. They were impressed by follow-through. She returned week after week, bringing biscuits when she could not bring answers, bringing figures when biscuits would not do. Words changed their temperature around her. For years, she had lived in a climate of adjectives: splendid, magnificent, admirable. Now she lived in a weather of verbs: deliver, repair, attend, staff, open, heat. She learned to love a minute book, the clean spine of it, the way decisions sit there without peacocks. She brought to these tables the one resource palaces produce in abundance: space. Rooms were offered quietly for sewing classes and clinics. A parlor was lent for an evening so a group of tailoresses could speak in the first person to men who only owned third-person opinions. Confessions were made, not about love affairs, but about piecework and pin money and bread. Her mother, who could not be relied upon to approve anything except victories, surprised her by approving the work. Old ambitions had found new channels. "Choose carefully," her mother advised, eyes bright with a younger woman's fire reborn. "If you attach your name, attach your hours. Bread tastes of sincerity." It was the nearest thing to a blessing she had ever received from that quarter. She accepted it like a mantle left warming by a hearth. The invitations grew heavier. A hotel ballroom here, a civic hall there. "Only a few remarks, Your Grace. 10 minutes, nothing more." She was not a natural speaker. Her talent lay in noticing, not in performing. But she had spent a lifetime mastering rooms she did not choose. Standing to speak was, in its way, easier than standing to be looked at. She prepared as one prepares a nursery, quietly, with lists. She wrote her notes in a large hand that did not lean on ornament. When she stood at the lectern for the first time, Her voice trembled for 3 sentences, and then found its footing the way a hand finds the banister in the dark. She spoke of small things: coal scuttles, bassinets, the price of milk in rain. People listened, perhaps because they expected pearls and received instead the inventory of mercy. Afterward, an elderly woman stopped her in the corridor. "I kept up," she said, clutching a shawl whose pattern had learned her shoulders years ago. "Men like to speak on the mountain. You spoke on the doorstep. I can stand there." The Duchess laughed softly, the sound briefly younger than the house she belonged to. "That is all I know how to do," she admitted. Doorsteps. Back in Oxfordshire, she arranged something that drew no trumpets but moved stubbornly like roots. A morning each week from which ceremony was banned. No callers, no bouquets, no newsprint portraits showing the clever angle of a hat. On those mornings, the carriage set her down at a door with peeling paint, or at a brick hall that had once been a brewery and was now a dispensary, or at a shed behind a church where a woman with a scarfed head counted jars of tincture as if they were candles against a tide. She sat, she listened, she wrote what was needed. She returned the next morning with what she promised, or with an apology attached to a plan. The apology mattered almost as much as the plan. Her sons grew, as sons do, within and beyond her reach. Lessons altered from letters to Latin, from slates to rifles drilled in the dignity of sport. She learned to let tutors have their hours and drew lines, gently, around the ones she would keep. An evening a week with no visitors. A walk in rain, whether or not the program said sun. "We are learning Caesar," the elder reported one day, boots pearl gray with chalk from the path. "He conquered," he added, almost proudly. "He also crossed," she answered, thinking of smaller rivers, of narrower bridges, of women who cross with babies in their arms and pockets that do not rattle with coin. He considered this, then nodded, as if filing something he would retrieve later. In the city, she was asked to chair a meeting that would not have existed had women stayed neatly within parlors. A gathering where working girls spoke for themselves about hours and pay and the long day between needles and sleep. The idea was simple. Let voice be its own credential. The difficulty lay, as ever, in chairs and time. She offered both. On the afternoon in question, the hall smelled of clean dust and borrowed chairs. The first young woman to speak lifted a blouse she had stitched and said, without anger and without tears, "9 pence the dozen." A sound went through the room, not unlike the hush of an organ falling silent after a hymn. Some men stared at their hands, some at the window, some at the floor, as if truth, when it finally enters, prefers to come in from under the door. The Duchess did what chairs must do. She kept time, handed water, wrote notes that would become a letter that would become, later, a line in a law. She discovered fatigue that did not resemble the fatigue of balls. It was the good heaviness a body feels after carrying something that needed carrying. In the carriage home, she loosened her gloves, looked out at streets that did not know her name, and allowed herself the smallest luxury a woman in a glass life can afford. She did not explain to anyone how tired she was. She simply slept, her head tipping against the cushion, the city sliding by like a lullaby set in brick. The palace noticed her absence in the same way it notices a missing ewer or a lamp that has been moved. It adjusted. Staff came to learn her new calendar, which contained fewer crescents of gold and more pencil. The butler began to save the afternoon post for a later hour. The cook became adept at late soup. Her husband, when present, acknowledged the visible effects. A calmer table when she chose the flowers. a steadier report when she met the steward first. "You are much occupied," he said one evening, not unkindly, as if remarking upon the tide. "Yes," she answered, and because she did not add apology, the conversation ended there like a wave ending at a step. There were letters that did not belong to committees, a house in the city for women whose husbands were serving first sentences. She walked its thin corridor and blessed its carefully mended carpet. A nursery where young mothers could leave their babies and earn coin without leaving their children entirely. The scent of flour and milk in the air like a promise. A small wage for a seamstress returning to work after a cough that had lasted too long, sent with the respectful lie of a grant so that pride would not be bruised. These hidden threads, when knotted together, began to feel like a net that might hold at least a corner of the world steady. At a reception, whose flowers had been told to be extravagant, a woman stopped her with a question that was not polite furniture. "Why you?" the woman asked, not hostile, only curious. You could do nothing and still be applauded. The Duchess considered. The answer that came surprised even her with its plainness. "I know what it is," she said, "to be treated as ornament. Ornament teaches you the ache of uselessness. Work cures it." The woman nodded. They stood for a moment, side by side, watching a footman navigate a tray through a forest of sleeves, both of them a little more awake than the room deserved. She began to write at night in a book too ordinary to tempt theft. A shop ledger turned sideways into a diary. Sometimes she recorded inventories. 6 dozen flannel vests at 3 shillings, delivered to Mrs. T. Sometimes she recorded weather. Rain at 3, fine by 5, the river respectful. Sometimes she recorded small sentences only a sleepless woman writes. When the room is quiet, I can hear the difference between applause and breath. I choose breath. She did not imagine the book would outlast her. She wrote to rest her own mind inside a nest woven from the day. In those years, her hearing slipped a little more, not dramatically, but like lace thinning across the elbow. Quiet, undeniable. She learned to sit where her eye could take the measure of a mouth, and she learned to stop pretending she had heard when she had not. "Would you kindly repeat?" she'd say without shame, and the request worked a subtle magic. The speaker improved their sentence in the second telling. Clarity, she found, is often born of repetition. She grew fonder of the piano at gatherings. Its great cordial voice did not require parsing. She placed her palm upon it sometimes, feeling the chords land in her hand like homing doves. News arrived from beyond her radius. Names of women chained for demanding votes, windows smashed, prisons fed with stubbornness and bravery. She admired courage she did not copy. Her own rebellion wore softer shoes. It preferred hinges to battering rams. Yet when asked, she lent a room and a lawyer and a listening ear. She discovered that movements have many tempos, and that even a lullaby can be part of a march if it keeps a child from crying while the mother speaks. There came, at last, a speech of hers that people remembered. Not because it was fiery, because it was ordinary in a way that felt like balm. In a ballroom whose chandeliers had been told not to blink, she stepped forward and spoke of a single street, its tenements, its stairs, the way light falls at 3 p.m. through a windowless hallway, the sound of a kettle that will not quite boil. We can, she said, become proud of small repairs. It was not rhetoric. It was suggestion. But suggestion, properly placed, is a seed, and seeds are the first soft argument against stone. Afterward, she walked back to the hotel room that had not been arranged to flatter anyone and took off her shoes with that private gratitude women know when the day is over. She stood by the window and looked at the square below, its lampposts wearing small moons at their crowns. Somewhere, far away, the palace collected itself, trumpets stacked against velvet. Here, in her stocking feet, she felt a different kind of belonging rise, a belonging to streets that do not know her name and to work that does not know her jewelry. A line, once whispered by a nurse in childhood, returned to her with the quiet force of prophecy. The finest cages are still cages. She had learned as much. But she had also learned the second line the nurse had not spoken. A cage with its door left open. A finger's width becomes, for a clever bird, a window. She began to live at the hinge. One winter dusk, snow beginning like erasures on the hedges, she stood in the seamstress's workroom with a cup of strong tea and asked about their families first, their seams second. The eldest, threading a needle as confidently as a captain ties a knot, looked up and said, "Your grace makes things hang right." The phrase landed in her as blessing and instruction both. That night, she wrote it at the top of her ledger diary and underlined it once. Make things hang right. You cannot conquer the weather. You can, however, hem a day so it drags less mud. Her husband wrote from London with an idea that would alter what people called them in newspapers. He proposed, carefully and with the frictionless penmanship of a man who seldom doubts his nouns, that they formalize their distance. She read the letter at a desk that had figured out how to comfort her simply by being square and sturdy. She did not cry. She placed the paper in a drawer where ribbons and baptism spoons slept and went on with her afternoon. An interview with a matron, a visit to a widow, a meeting about a boiler that needed convincing. The decision would be made, yes. Papers would be drawn, arrangements arranged. But her life, at last, had acquired an engine that did not require a signature to run. Spring arrived that year, with the astonishing blue that makes even old stone feel young. She walked the river path and watched swans carry their private opinions from bank to bank. A boy on a bicycle careened past, cap crooked, future untidy in the best way. She smiled without deciding to. Later, in the library, she chose not a history, but a volume of plain songs, ballads that traveled lightly in pockets and throats. She read them under her breath, not for romance, but for their honesty about work and loss and supper. By then, people had begun to call her something she never asked to be and did not reject. The working duchess. The phrase made her blush and then made her smile. It was both too much and not enough. She was working, yes, but her title no longer seemed the most interesting noun in the room. If anyone had asked her, she would have chosen a humbler phrase, a woman with a list. Lists lead to doors, doors lead to rooms, rooms lead to tables, tables lead to bread. That was the grammar she believed, and in rooms where power wore polished shoes, she continued to smuggle in the small nouns, boots, milk, soap, that make the big nouns bearable, law, policy, reform. When evening came, she closed her ledger, blew out her lamp, and stood for a moment in that good darkness which belongs to people who have done enough for one day. The palace breathed its old, slow breath. Far off, a single bell collected the hour and offered it to anyone listening. She accepted it gratefully. What she had not expected, and what felt like grace, was this. Work had returned her to herself. Not work as spectacle, but work as mending. Each task was a stitch, and though the cloth was large and the tear was long, the rhythm soothed. In that rhythm, she began to hear the quieter music of a life not arranged for the viewing of others, but arranged for usefulness. The girl with the ribbon at her wrist had once whispered yes to her own small heart. The woman with the ledger under her hand whispered yes again, this time to a larger circle. The word did not echo down galleries. It warmed a room, like a kettle deciding finally to boil. When glitter fades, a quieter light endures. The years folded themselves like letters slipped into a drawer. Creases deepened on her face, hair softened to silver. But her eyes kept their clarity, the kind that comes not from youth, but from having watched illusions collapse and having chosen stubbornly to live beyond them. She had once been paraded down an aisle, her spine braced by steel, her future carried in contracts she had not written. She had once stood at the head of a table so long it seemed built to divide rather than to gather. She had once slept in a palace that measured silence in acres. And now, decades later, she sat by a window in a smaller house, a shawl around her shoulders, a pot of tea cooling within reach. She was at peace, but not because the world had become gentler. She was at peace because she had become herself. The memoir had been written, read, praised, debated. People called her brave, others called her foolish, some simply curious. But when she thought of the book, she did not think of critics or sales. She thought of the women who wrote to her, letters arriving from farmhouses, from city flats, from hospitals. "I saw myself in your story," they said. "I dared to change because you did." Those letters she kept in a box, tied with ribbon, the one collection she treasured more than jewels. She still walked in gardens when she could, still tended roses, still preferred conversations about bread and boots to conversations about crowns and coats of arms. She still believed kindness was the truest currency. She had buried friends, outlived her mother, mourned a son, and said farewell to the man who had been her true companion. Grief had visited often, but it had not stolen her. Each loss had carved her deeper, and into those hollows had flowed compassion. In the evenings, grandchildren came to her knee, curious about castles and kings. "Tell us about the palace," they begged. She smiled, not unkindly, and said, "It was very large and very cold. What mattered were the warm hands I held inside it." Sometimes they asked, "Were you a real princess?" She would chuckle and answer, "No, my loves. I was real, but the princess part was only costume." They puzzled at this, but one day they would understand. She knew her story would outlive her, twisted perhaps, retold in ways she could not correct. That did not trouble her. The truth, she believed, had already done its work in the lives it touched. Whether remembered as duchess, philanthropist, writer, or scandal, she had been all and none. She had been Consuelo. That was enough. On her final winter, she wrote one last letter, this time to no one in particular. It was a reflection more than a message. "I see now that everything, even the cage, was part of the journey. The steel brace taught me strength. The silence taught me voice. The glitter taught me what gold is not. Freedom is not given. It is grown, step by step, from the courage to say yes to one's true self. When the time came, she did not rage against the fading light. She lay quietly, a candle burning low, whispering a name into the air, not a title, but a man's first name, the one who had seen her not as ornament, but as person. And then, like a tide retreating from a shore it had kissed faithfully for years, her breath slipped away. They buried her not in palaces, not beneath marble vaults, but in a simple churchyard beside the son she had lost. The headstone carried no title, only her name, her years, and two words: at peace, and yet her story did not end there. It lived in the hospitals she had built, in the scholarships she'd funded, in the quiet courage of women who read her memoir under dim lamps and chose differently for themselves. It lived in the smile of a child splashing in a pool she once opened to refugees, in the hand of a seamstress who remembered that a duchess once sat among them and listened. The glitter has long faded, palaces now museums, titles now curiosities. But the gold remains, kindness, courage, the stubborn pursuit of selfhood. These do not tarnish. They remain in the memory of those she touched, and in the quiet possibility her life still whispers across the years. And so, dear listener, as you rest now, perhaps in your own small room, with the lamp low and the world hushed, you might carry a sliver of her lesson into your dreams, that cages, no matter how fine, can be opened, that glitter will always fade, but gold, real gold, endures. And perhaps, just perhaps, you might wake tomorrow with the faint courage to ask, in your own life, what is glitter and what is gold? She is gone, but her story lingers, unfinished, as all true stories are. For the rest belongs to those who hear it and choose how to live. Sleep now, under her gentle legacy.